Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Sorry that this stream was extremely late today. I planned on starting at 11:30. Then I was like, you know what? I better push this back because I didn't know how many people would be watching, the inauguration. So, and I'm not going to lie, I was watching it too. And then, yeah, it's Martin Luther King Day as well. So, lots of things today. Mary Lou, if you're here, honey, I did get your email with the photos, and no thank you. And I'm glad you're taking care of that truck with all that snow. But you, ma'am, don't need to be doing it. Hey, Billy. Can't believe she's here before the show starts. Hi, yay. Hey, Margaret, you're here and on time. I'm the one that's late. I'm late. Hey, Sherry. Hey, guys. Hello, everyone. Hello. We're going to get straight into it. I hope everyone had a great weekend. Everybody have a good weekend? How did y'all's weekends go? How'd y'all's weekends go? My weekend was fine. Fine. Chill weekend. Literally chill weekend. It was actually pretty nice, like part of the weekend. And then, yesterday we got a call in the evening, and the school, it was like one of those automated school calls. And they're like, yeah, sorry, but we're going to be on a 2-hour delay in the morning because of temperature, cold temps. I don't know what it was, but it was daggone cold. I know that. Lazy weekend for you, Sherry? Margaret was busy. She was busy. Margaret was busy. Busy. All right, we're going to get started with day number 2. Let me get rid of this page. Keep this one up. Oops. Sorry. Oh, Mary Lou says right now it's 9. Yeah, I don't know what it is here. Let me look. What is it here right now? It says it's 11. 11 degrees. The real feel, however, is... it's not saying. Oh. No, that's not it. I don't know. But it's dang cold. It's 11 degrees. That's all I know. It's cold. So, anyway, I'm glad you guys had a good chill weekend. 17 here, real feel 15. It's cold. That's for sure. All right. Let's get started. Here we go. We're going to jump straight in today. And at 1 p.m., I do have kiddos' virtual math class. So, keeping that in mind, hopefully, let me see real quick. There's a break here at about 1:30. last for a little bit. So if I get to a point, no, they don't have Martin Luther King Day off. Henny! Oh my God, there you are. Be still my heart. I have missed you so much. I have missed you. We have all missed you so much. Oh, hold on. Yes, we have. We have missed your face, friend. I'm so glad to have you join. But no, Spin, she does. They don't have a. I don't. Trying to think when the last. I don't remember them ever having Martin Luther King Day. But maybe they have. Like, I don't know. I don't know. But no, they did not. She already had her virtual class this morning, and for phonics and reading, but she has not had her math class yet today. That's at 1 p.m., so got about 30 minutes. But whenever I start her math class, I'll keep an eye on the computer. So if they go on a break, I'll try to catch that and skip through it. So for you guys, because I have to turn the volume all the way down on the stream for me to hear, because I have to be able to hear her teacher. So and I also don't want them hearing her classroom hearing a trial, you know, like I don't want a bunch of kindergartners hearing, oh yeah, she injected and killed her husband with insulin, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? No. So, that would be mortifying, right? I'm so glad you're here, Henny. We really have. We've missed you a bunch. Missed you all too. I keep saying every time, I'm like, oh, when I skip through something, I'm like, oh, I wish Henny was here so she could say, wee. All right, we're going to get started, and here we go. They have no audio right now. We cannot hear anything. Can you guys hear anything? Okay, there now.
How did you generate?
I was like, wait a minute. What's going on? There's like no audio for the first 25 minutes. Whee, says Henny. There we go. Yeah, I missed that. I missed it. Well, let me skip through because no point in watching what we can't hear, right? There we go.
Mountain State College of West Virginia.
Okay. I don't know who this chick is.
College of West Virginia.
College of West Virginia. That later morphed into a.
Mountain State University.
And it's now.
West Virginia Tech.
Okay. All same place.
Yes.
Different name. Now tell us a little bit about your role as a physician's assistant. What's a physician's assistant do?
So a physician's assistant is a layman term was a mid-level practitioner. Now we're called advanced practitioners, and we do everything a physician does except for, we prescribe medicines, we see patients, we assist in surgery, do small procedures, basically anything that the physician does, we're trained on the physician module.
What was your first job as a physician's assistant?
I worked in pediatrics
Where?
at Begley Pediatrics. I worked for 5 years there.
Where did you go then?
MedExpress.
And now you're currently employed where?
Reno Medical Center.
Are those the three professional positions you have held as a physician's assistant?
Mainly the ER and MedExpress for many years. At Princeton ER, MedExpress at the same time. I did a dual job. I worked in ENT for 4 years, and then he closed his practice to go to Virginia, and I could not go with him, so I went to Reno Medical Center.
You're familiar with the Cochran family?
Yes.
Did you meet them through a professional, your physician's assistant position, or some other way?
No, through youth league football. Our son played.
Did you know Michael Cochran?
Yes.
And you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
Could you be a little more detail? How did you get to know them? You said through football, but what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
So I met them through football. Michael was one of Hunter's coaches for a while.
And who's
Hunter is our son.
Okay.
And Michael was always very nice, cordial, speaking. Natalie was a little standoffish. There was a lot of things going on in the youth football, a lot of problems and conflict.
I'm going to object to this type of testimony. There's the comment on the defendant's character and the vague testimony about some problems that we do not know anything about.
Your Honor, could I respond to that?
Certainly.
You didn't mention anything about this was somehow the defendant's fault.
No,
You said there
I
was
did not. I just said there was
problems.
conflict in the youth football program in general.
The objection's overruled. Continue, please, Mr. Cribbin.
Thank you. Do you have a time frame as to when Hunter and Mr. Cochran were involved in youth football, and that's how you got to know the Cochrans? What?
Hunter started playing in 2015. I think Michael was his coach around, 2015, 2016 is when we got to know Michael a little bit.
So it's been a fairly long-standing relationship with the Cochran
Right.
family. How did you generally communicate with the defendant?
Through text.
Was that the primary means?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I ask that this binder be marked as states.
All right.
Defense counsel has been shown a copy of the exhibit.
Very well.
And I'd like to hand this to the witness for future.
Certainly.
Stephanie, I hand you what's been marked for identification. Ask you to just briefly thumb through it for the purpose of saying what it is.
It's text messages between me and Natalie Cochran.
How do you know you were texting Natalie Cochran?
Because in my text, these are my text messages, but it's Natalie, it's the contact, she's speaking about Michael, we're speaking about money.
So you're confident that these are, in fact, are these screenshots from your phone?
Yes.
I'd ask that the state's read be admitted.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Stage 3 is admitted into evidence.
ask you to take a look at one of the items that came from State Street. I call your attention to information that came to you from the defendant concerning her health. Is that the way you remember it?
Mhm.
So the defendant advised you that she'd been diagnosed with cancer, and that was in January of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Also from State Street, I ask you to take a look at this. And this one may require some explaining. It should show up on that monitor.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Save you bending around. Take a moment to just review that.
Your Honor, could we have a date? It has timestamps, but we have no idea when this was occurring.
That's fair. Leave it January. Back up. Tell us when that conversation took place.
That one should have been in February,
The fourth, maybe?
the 4th.
So we're talking about February the 4th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
It gets a little bit confusing because at the top of this document, it's got a January 1, but that's when the screenshot was taken as opposed to the actual conversation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, when the defendant is telling you I can administer that, what's he talking about?
She had texted me and told me that she had had pneumonia, and she was still coughing really bad, and she wanted to know if she could get some steroids. She asked me if I told her that was fine. I usually do pills. She asked for a shot. So I was gonna give her that, send it in for her to the pharmacy, and I asked her if she wanted me to come by and give it to her. She said no, that she could administer it.
And what did you prescribe for her pneumonia?
Solumedrol,
Generally speaking, what is that?
that is a steroid.
And that's the medication you offered to in pill form, but she wanted an injectable.
Prednisone pill form, but she wanted an injection. She asked for Solumedrol.
Okay. And an injection, is there any way to use the item you prescribed, the specific item, without needles?
No.
Try attention to the next item. Where the defendant's telling you about the morning of February 6th.
Yes.
From a physician's assistant's perspective, is there any significance to her?
Well, you're pretty sick, probably.
Okay. It seems like such a stupid question, but I gotta ask it anyhow. How would anybody determine their precise temperature to 103 degrees?
By taking it with a thermometer.
Hey, Patricia. Hey, Brenda. Hello, hello.
That's sure you know.
Happy Monday morning.
That's the first time indicator on it. Telling you that Mr. Cochran is sick too, correct? Just a moment. Do you recall getting a request from JD, your husband, to come to the Cochran home?
Yes, I do.
About what time was that?
About, he had came, and told me that Natalie had texted him and said she needed help. And, he was going to her house, so he left, and 30 minutes later, I wanna say 12:30-ish, he called me and, told me that Mike was sick and that he needed me to stop by the house. And I said, you know, for what? And he said, because I cannot get her to take him to the hospital. And I'm hoping that if you come here, that you can convince her to take him to the hospital.
Did you go to the Cochran house?
I did. I was headed to a meeting at the Board of Education, so I said I would stop on my way. And I think I got there at like 1:11 is what my timestamp said.
When you got there, what did you see?
Michael was laying on the couch. John, one thing on the phone that John had asked me to do was to bring a thermometer, that Natalie didn't have one. So, when I got there, he was laying on the couch, sleeping. Michael was laying on the couch, sleeping. She had the blood pressure cuff on his arm. There was numbers on it as if it had just been taken. She had the pulse ox on his finger, which monitors like oxygen rate and pulse rate. And that all looked normal. Nothing alarmed me when I saw the numbers. The only thing I had with me was the thermometer that they had asked me to bring, which was a ear scan. I walked over to him and
Walked over to Michael?
to Michael. He was laying on the couch, and went to take his temperature and told him, Michael, this is Stephanie, because I knew how Michael was. If he had just woke up and saw me standing there, he might punch me. So I said, Michael, it's Stephanie. Don't hit me. I'm going to take your temperature. And he turned his head towards me. I took his temperature. It was fine. And then he was laying on the couch. They had a recliner that kind of sat behind the couch. And I sat down on the recliner. So his head was behind. I was behind his head. He was in there. And talked to Natalie and John for a few minutes to see what had happened and what was going on.
What were you told had happened?
I was told that, I knew.
Unless it's a statement of the defendant, I object to hear.
Fair enough. Did the defendant tell you what happened? Did Natalie Cochran tell you what happened?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told me that they had been sick that morning, which she had said through text. She said he was throwing up and he had a seizure or something in the kitchen and fell on the floor.
Did anyone tell you that, did the defendant tell you he hit his head at all?
No. I asked her 3 times if he hit his head, and she said no.
Okay. When you were able to physically see Michael Cochran, could you see any evidence that he hit his head?
No.
Did you look for that?
I was sitting behind him, he was laying on the couch, and as we were talking and her explaining how it went, I was, looking at his. I didn't see any, like, scratches or bumps or any bleeding or anything from his head at all.
Did you talk back and forth with Michael Cochran that morning?
Not that, just at the house, when I said I was gonna take his temperature. That's all I said to him.
Did he say anything in response?
No, he turned his head to me.
Did you ever hear Michael Cochran say anything during the time you were there?
No,
Was he awake or asleep at the time?
sleep.
Total time, if you were estimating that you were in the house, would be what?
28 minutes.
28 minutes. Of the 28 minutes, during that period of time, Michael Cochran was on the couch.
Mhm.
The defendant was present.
Yes,
Was John there too?
Yes.
Jake, your husband?
mhm.
Was anybody else there?
No,
Did you get a picture of Michael on the floor in the kitchen at any time? Or did that just go to other people?
I did not get the picture by text.
Did you ever see that picture?
Yes.
When did you see it?
Natalie showed it to me at the house.
While you were there?
Mhm.
I see Lawyer Lee in there in the courtroom. She's right behind
That's-
the defendant's
That's
head.
it?
Did you all catch her?
Who is that?
That's Michael.
After you left the
She has a
house,
red,
when was the next
jacket
contact you
on.
had with the defendant?
you can see her long blonde hair.
I had went to a meeting, and when I come out of the meeting, I texted her to check on things because when I left there, she said she was going to let him sleep it off.
Did you ever advise her not to have him checked by you?
Never.
What did you specifically advise
That he needed to be checked. She told me that he had a history of seizures, and he had stopped taking his medication. And I said, he has to be checked. I said, even people with the history of seizures, anytime they have one, they need to be checked. We never know which one's damaging. And she said she was gonna let him check it off. I kept offering, like, I would go with her. We would go, we could bypass Raleigh General if that's not what they were wanting to do. We could go to Charleston. She said he wasn't happy at Charleston either. I mentioned Princeton. Nothing was good enough. I said, well, let's call Chris and see if he'll get, the airplane. I'm sure he'll fly him somewhere.
Chris, we're talking about.
Chris Davis.
Did she accept any of those suggestions?
No, she said she was going to let him sleep it off.
So if you were quoted as the one that said, I'm going to let him sleep, I think you should let him sleep it off, you didn't say that.
Never.
That came from her, not you.
Yes.
After you left, and other than text messages just to check on people, were you ever made aware that the defendant's sister was at her house?
Yes. She told me in text message her sister was there and they had changed his clothes.
Did you find out why it was necessary to change Michael's clothes?
She said they cleaned the urine off, so I assumed he had lost muscle control and wet himself.
What was the significance to that to you as a physician's assistant?
That he had lost muscle control. So he needed to be in the hospital.
Around that same time, the defendant reported some vital signs to you, correct?
Yes.
What's the significance of any of those?
I'm sorry, what?
What, from a physician's assistant perspective, what's the clinical significance of those numbers?
Those numbers are good except for his respirations are down. His blood pressure is a little up.
Anything to be particularly worried about?
Yeah, the respirations are low.
What about the blood glucose? Did you check the?
Never. I don't have one.
So if that number came from the defendant and not you,
Right.
did you ever check his blood glucose?
No, I don't have one.
And blood glucose is another word for what?
Blood sugar.
Maybe that same day you get another text from the defendant. From your perspective, what does she mean by that first line, just like the back?
He was in the hospital in November. He was sick. He had gotten sick. They went to Charleston, and she had told us that night that he was in Charleston that they thought he had a brain tumor. So at 10 o'clock that night, John and I left to go down there to be with her. He was out of it at the hospital, but he kept waking up.
Hey, Cherie.
Like combative, but they were giving him like benzodiazepines at the hospital to sedate him. So I took it. She was saying that he was sick like he was in the hospital.
From your perspective, was it the same on February 6th of 2019 as it had been in the fall of 2018?
Yes, and the fact that he was given medicine for sedation, it was different. I mean, they were sedating him at the hospital to try to calm him down so they could do the tests on him.
And of course, he woke up from that.
Yes.
Did he ever wake up from this one? You also heard from her later that day. I call your attention to the sorry came about 45 minutes ago. Take a look at that. What does that mean to you?
No one should ever have a blood sugar of 21.
What's going to happen if they do?
They're in a coma. Probably near death.
Probably near death.
Objection as to reading.
Overruled. Saturday the 9th. Take a look at that, please.
Okay, you guys, I'm going to go ahead. I got to have her here in front of the computer in about 3 minutes. So, I'm going to run and get her in here for her virtual math class. That'll be done in about 30 minutes, something like that. So I'll be back momentarily. I will be able to see the computer and scroll past any breaks or anything like that. But if I happen to miss anything break wise, just chat amongst yourselves, and I will be back in a little bit.
What was your reaction to that?
It was, I just, that we are to that point. It was just hard to swallow.
I'm going to object it right now. First of all, we don't know what's the reaction to what. Second of all,
Sit down. Okay. Perhaps you can ask another question.
That's all right, you're right.
If you could speak up a little bit, I'm having trouble.
Oh,
hearing.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
The jury has sonic ears, probably, and they can hear you, but my old ears aren't working as well.
I relate, and I understand. Despite the imminent death of the defendant, or of the victim, Mr. Cochran, were you still making plans, or was the defendant trying to still make plans with you to do other stuff?
Are you asking while he was at the hospital or after?
At the hospital.
At the hospital, I don't remember that. We only communicated through text at the hospital because we weren't able to go and see him at the hospital.
Did your relationship with the defendant go on after Michael died?
Yes.
Tell us about that a little bit.
I mean, just,
I object on the grounds of relevancy.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
we would meet for lunch. We tried to be supportive for her and the kids. Everybody reacts differently when they lose someone, so we just tried to be there for her and the kids.
So you didn't feel any animosity toward her at all?
No.
This came up yesterday, and I'll ask you about it today. Did you invest some money with the
We did.
defendant? Did you get it back?
No.
Just so we're clear here, were you ever the treating physician's assistant for Mr. Cochran?
No, sir.
Has your testimony been tainted by,
I'm going to object to this question. It's vouching the witness.
I think I have to sustain the objection.
did the loss of the money from Mrs. Cochran cause you to change your testimony today?
No.
Same thing.
I'll allow that, I'll allow that.
No, it did not.
Glad you said that, because the defense kind of implied from time to time that that could happen. Did you?
Move to strike that comment, Judge.
Oh, we've given both sides some leeway in that. I'll deny the motion overruled.
Were you aware that the defendant's house was searched?
I was. She actually called me from her mother's phone that same day and told me that they were there and they were taking things.
Did she say anything else about the search?
Later, I went to her house because I felt like there were so many conflicting stories that I wanted her to look at me and tell me what was going on, the truth.
What'd you tell you?
She told me that they had taken everything from the house. I asked her what was going on. She said she didn't know. And she told me that they had taken everything. They had even taken insulin that she had in the refrigerator.
God, just a moment, please.
Sure.
For the questions of Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Griffin.
Ms. Hamilton, you have a lot of medical experience, I take it. Can you buy Humalog over the counter?
No,
No?
you can buy Humulin over the counter, but
So-
not Humalog.
Okay. Can you buy any kind of medication, insulin, over the counter?
There is one insulin that you can buy over the counter, usually at Walmart.
Okay. So if we turn on the phone and see all kinds of products like that online, would I require a prescription for
Most of them.
most of
Yes.
them? Okay, just couldn't get them online without a prescription.
Right.
Right. Okay. Well, how much did you invest in Natalie and Mr. Cochran's business?
I think the total was somewhere between $15,000 and $17,000.
So you have $15,000 or $17,000 worth of disliking my client.
Yes, but I talked to her until the very
All
end.
right. All right. You're not particularly happy about losing money to her business, are you?
No, I'm not happy about it, but life goes on.
Life goes on. And somehow, between the time when you had this great friendship with my client and now, you don't like her anymore, do you? Yes or no, ma'am?
I don't dislike her.
Or you don't dislike
I
her?
always try to find the
No,
good
no,
in
no, no,
everyone.
No, ma'am, please, yes or no? You don't like her anymore, do you?
I don't like the actions that she did.
All right. All right. Now, let's start with Michael. Is it true, ma'am, that Michael, well, you've known them for years, right? That Michael went to the hospital on at least 3 prior occasions between December of 2017 and November 2018.
I only know of one time. That was November 2018.
Okay. All right. And during that time, do you know that he had a seizure-like activity?
Natalie told me that he had a seizure.
Do you have from any?
I do not know that for a fact, no.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Hold on, listen to my question, please. You don't
She
know?
did answer his question.
Yes, that's right.
I said, do you know from any independent sources?
No,
Okay.
her.
Ma'am, please. Yes or no will suffice.
What do you mean independent
Do you
sources?
know from any sources such as review of the documents?
No,
From
I
any-
didn't have his medical records.
All right. Is it true, ma'am, from the medical standpoint, that people who have seizure tend to urinate on themselves?
Yes, if they lose muscle control.
So the fact that Mr. Cochran may have urinated on himself if he had a seizure would not be abnormal.
No,
But, all right. A man of, how much did he weigh approximately, you know?
I don't know. Maybe 180. I don't know.
How tall was he?
Maybe 5'7", 5'8".
All right. how much Humalog would he have to be injected to cause an immediate collapse?
I'm not sure.
Well, let's say a vial. How much of that vial, a standard vial of Humalog, as you probably know as a physician assistant, what that is, right?
Sir, everyone's different
Right.
and how their body reacts to it. I may take 2 units and bottom out, but you may take 1 and bottom out.
Entire units, right?
No, 2 units is what we measure the
little bit.
insulin by.
A little bit.
Not millimeters, it's units.
Okay. A vial may have 12 milliliters. How many milliliters would it take for somebody to collapse immediately? Of that weight?
I don't
That
know.
structure.
It's
Ah.
whatever his body can handle.
So you have no idea whether he was injected with any type of Humalog at all.
I do not know.
You don't know, ma'am, whether any type of insulin bottle or vial that may have been found in my client's house 4 months after February, that would be June, had anything to do with any type of injection of insulin into the alleged victim.
I do not know.
You have no idea. But you know that Michael was sick before, right?
The one time.
That one time. Well, did you know that seizure-like activity, that's a pretty serious condition, isn't it? If he has seizures. Yes?
Yes.
He also had urinary retention. That can be a pretty serious condition if he was diagnosed with that.
Okay.
Serious condition? Could be.
Not really.
No,
It's more
not
of
really.
an inconvenience than anything.
Inconvenience? If you cannot urinate and get toxic,
You can.
that can be very serious, man.
Right.
Right. Toxic effects of any type of medication, reaction to medication. Could that be serious?
Yes.
Okay. He was diagnosed at first with a brain mass. Now,
Yes.
that could be very serious, couldn't
Right.
it? Then it was changed to encephalopathy. Do I pronounce it correctly?
Yes.
What is that, ma'am?
That's infection or swelling of the brain.
So brain swelling. And that is a pretty serious diagnosis,
Yes.
isn't it? When he went to the hospital in November, he was also confused, right?
Right.
He was belligerent and fighting, right?
Yes. Well, I didn't see that part.
Okay.
I saw him sedated and he was,
Okay. But you knew from him and from anybody else for that matter that he hated being in hospitals.
he never told me that.
He never told you that. Okay.
Right.
Well, did you know from my client that Michael?
Yes,
Hated
she
to
said
be
it that day at the house, that that's why she didn't want to take him to the hospital, as he would be mad.
Okay.
And I told her to blame me.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you one more thing about this Humalog. Humalog, if injected, takes about 15 minutes of delayed reaction, right?
Yes.
And then it reacts insulin reacts in the human body, right, after
Right.
about 15 minutes, and then it subsides, right?
Right.
So if I'm jabbed with the needle and somebody injects a couple of milliliters of this Humalog in me, I'm not gonna just not react, right? And the medication itself will not react in my body yet, right?
Right.
Right. So I will have about 15 minutes to call for help.
Right. That's
I-
if you knew you were injected, right?
Well, if, right. Ma'am, would you agree with me that if somebody comes and injects you in a certain part of your body, or maybe somewhere else on your body, that you will know that you got injected, right?
Right.
Once you know you're injected, you have about 15 minutes or so to ask the person who injected you, what the heck did you do that for, right?
True.
Or what the heck is happening here, right? And maybe get the daylight out of the person who injected you, right?
Right.
And then to call 911 doesn't take that long, and say, hey, I've been injected with something by my dear wife. I need help. Desperately, she won't tell me what it is. So he would have the time to react to that injection, wouldn't he?
Maybe.
Maybe. Right. And yet, we have no record whatsoever of this alleged victim calling anybody for any help or assistance. Correct?
Okay.
So we have no idea why he collapsed, do we?
No.
Now, I'm going to ask you this. Mr. Cochran was, at one time, I'm sure you know, diagnosed with acute encephalopathy,
Okay.
the acute brain swelling. And he was prescribed a medication, and I'll try my best to pronounce it correctly. Lamotrigine. Did I say it right?
What is it?
Lamotrigine?
Okay.
Lamotrigine?
Okay.
It's a serious medication, isn't it? Very serious medication. And if you don't take it for your brain swelling, you may be dead pretty soon.
Right.
Do you know that Mr. Cochran refused to take that medication?
He did not tell me anything about that.
Huh? So do you know from anybody that he refused to take that medication?
From the defendant, yes.
No. Did you also know that he was prescribed a medication called Keppra? What is Keppra?
Keppra is a seizure medication.
Anticonvulsive medication.
Yes.
Treats epilepsy, treats seizures, can also treat hemorrhaging, right? Subdural hemorrhaging,
Sometimes, yes.
sometimes. Did you know that he refused to take that medication?
I did not.
The way you knew Mr. Cochran, he always appeared a model of health to you.
Yes.
Didn't he? He was a man's man,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Pump.
Very fit, healthy.
Very fit, healthy, pumped iron, right?
Yes.
Wanted to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, wanted to be, Mr. Universe. True?
I don't know about that. I think he liked to be fit because he coached a lot of sports.
Did he ever express the desire to participate in any bodybuilding competitions?
No, sir.
No? Okay. For that, he was using a certain amount of steroids, wasn't he?
I did not know that.
You didn't know that he was using supplements?
Not from him.
It's just the defendant?
The defendant told me the day at the house when he got sick that he had been taking some kind of supplements from Mexico that she had found. Later, she sent me a link to those supplements.
Oh. And did you look at those supplements?
Yes, the link that she sent me, they were not from Mexico.
All right. Those supplements, quote unquote, some of them were not for human consumption, were they?
I only knew of one.
Which was what?
I don't remember the name of it, but she sent me a link.
Okay. And actually, did you know that Mr. Cochran used all kinds of links on his computer to purchase substances that may have been less than medically approved by our American standards?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you know whether he was getting any shipments of any medication directly to his home?
Only what she had said that day.
Okay. Now, you were so well acquainted with the family that you ever, I'm sure you talked to the children about.
No.
No,
I did
you
not.
never talked to the children about the,
No.
about, oh, okay. Okay. Let me also ask this. When Michael went to the hospital in late October, did you know that he only stayed there one day? In the hospital?
No.
Well, did you know that he had a similar, if not identical, episode of a seizure? He had an acute respiratory failure. Did you know that?
He was in the hospital in November. That was when we had went down there that night.
I
But
didn't
I
ask-
never knew the exact.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you whether you knew that he stayed in the hospital prior to that in October, at the end of October,
No.
with all the same symptoms that he had in November.
No, I only knew about the November one.
Well, what do you know about his mold exposure?
She told me later that they thought it was mold. That was like a month later. She told me they thought it was mold from a house that he was remodeling.
Did you have any mold in your house?
Do I?
Did you at that time?
No.
She said, you said that it was from the mold in your house?
No, a
I'm
house
sorry, I
he was
couldn't-
remodeling.
Okay, from the remodeling, okay. Now, he also had a convulsive status epilepticus. That was one of the diagnoses, and maybe you will tell the jury what that is. Convulsive status epilepticus.
That he had seizure disorders with convulsions.
Epilepsy?
Epilepsy.
Acute respiratory failure, something that I'm seem to having right now. Anyway, what is acute respiratory failure?
It's when your lungs quit pumping out the capacity to breathe.
Okay,
So you go into stress.
but he also had altered altered mental status. Was he in distress at the time when he went to the hospital in November?
I did not see him in distress.
Well, did you see him a couple of days before February the 6th?
I think it was about a week before that I saw him.
Did he appear under any stress to you?
No.
He was just his usual,
Yes.
healthy, wonderful
Yes.
self.
Yes.
And yet he had all these conditions that were diagnosed at the time of his demise, didn't he? Do you know?
I do not know that. I only knew about the seizure that she said that day, that he had seizure disorder.
Okay. And what's hypoxia?
It's when your oxygen's low.
Okay. What's hypercapnia?
Hyper what?
I think it's hypercapnia, or maybe I'm mispronouncing it.
Hypercapnia?
Uh-huh.
It's when you kind of go into a metabolic state because your respiratory system's low.
And would it surprise you that was what was the final diagnosis
Because his breathing was down?
of his at the hospital? Would it surprise you?
No, because his respirations were down.
Now, um, I want to ask you this. When you, okay. Now, when you tested Michael, when you went there, approximately 1:30, something like that,
About 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock,
Yes.
his pulse was normal, his saturation was normal, his blood pressure was slightly elevated. It was, what, 168/103, slightly elevated.
Sir, I did not check those. Those were what she had checked. I did not do any vitals except for temperature when I was there.
Okay. All right. Now, will the brain swelling cause any sugar reaction in your body?
So usually sugar, when your sugar drops, or you have an influx, too much insulin that the body secretes out or you given, your brain will swell from that.
And of course, that's a mutual reaction. The brain swells and the sugar drops.
You got in a coma.
So he has an ongoing condition of a brain swelling, and you're surprised that his sugar went down?
Yes.
I see. All right. Okay. If I may have a second. Did you see any other individuals in the house of Natalie Cochran when Michael was already on the couch?
No, just Natalie and my husband were there.
Natalie and your husband, a police officer.
Yes.
What is his rank? Sergeant? Lieutenant?
Corporal.
Corporal, I'm sorry. And you were aware of the fact that there were two employees of TSG who moved Michael from the floor to the couch, right?
Yes, I did ask who moved him, and that's what they told me, but they were not there when
Well,
I
they
was
were
there.
not there. They're already left, right? And that at some point, Mr. Davis showed up, right?
Not while I was there.
And not you were there. From your medical knowledge, if Natalie Cochran left Michael unattended like this, in this condition on the floor, would he have expired?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely, yes. And yet this cold-blooded killer had all kinds of people in the house to monitor his condition. Is that right?
To monitor it,
Well, to do something.
I did not monitor his condition.
All right, well,
Came, looked at him, told her what to do, and I left. I was there 28 minutes, sir.
but I want to ask you this, ma'am. Whether the presence of any other people in that house negates the possibility that she would just leave him there alone to die. And nobody would know. Is that possible?
That's a question I don't think this witness can
No.
answer.
I think.
I don't know who exactly was at the house. I only saw who I saw.
You testified on direct that Michael reacted to your suggestion to take his temperature, right?
He turned his head.
Turn his head. So he was still reacting,
Yes.
all right? Now, did you say something to the effect that there were some words like "don't punch me"?
Yes.
Who said that?
I said that because if he's asleep and he wakes up and I'm just standing over top of him and he startles,
Okay.
could be his first reaction.
Okay.
It would be anybody.
Okay. So the sum total of your testimony, ma'am, is that you have no idea what kind of substances were in Michael's body on February the 6th, right?
I do not know what was in his body on February 6th.
Well, did you find any syringe in?
No.
Or did you see any syringe in?
I did not see anything.
Okay.
I only stayed right there in that chair.
Okay. And you don't know what kind of medication Michael was on prior to,
I do not.
and you don't know what medication he refused to take or didn't take.
The only thing she said was that he refused to take his seizure medicine they had given him.
Yes. I may have a second. Was there a glucose meter in the Cochran's residence?
I did not see one.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Truman.
Thank you. The defense asked you if it would be reasonable that someone injected would have a few minutes, like 15 minutes, to call 911. There's an underlying assumption, isn't there, that the victim was awake?
I'm going to object to the
Oh,
prosecutor's leading.
Go ahead. Let me answer, please.
That Mr. Cochran was awake when he was injected. Wouldn't that be part of what the defense was asking you?
That's what I'm gathering.
So if Michael Cochran had been sedated or was not awake, he wouldn't necessarily follow the defense theory that he'd have 15 minutes to call 911, would he?
I'm going
Right.
to object, Judge, that calls for utter speculation.
Well, I'm going to have to overrule the objection, but I'll preserve your exception.
Also, the defense asked you about circumstances where a blood sugar level of 21 would cause brain swelling. And you agreed, correct?
Yes.
Does it work that way in reverse? Would a swollen brain cause blood sugar to drop to 21?
I would have to really research that, but I can't imagine why. It would be the opposite.
I'm going to object to that answer. Move to strike it. The witness doesn't know.
In fairness to the defendant, you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. You also responded to a question concerning like or dislike of the defendant, and you stated that you didn't like her actions.
Right.
What did you mean by that?
Well, what she had done was, with the money.
Now, that is, I'm objection, that's comment on the defendant's character.
Lying?
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
So when you said lying, you felt that the defendant was being less than truthful with you? Is that just on one occasion?
Just several conflicting stories.
Okay, just a moment, please.
Yes.
You responded that you told the defendant to blame you. And what was that in reference to?
When I kept telling her he needed to go to the hospital, she said that he would be mad if he come to and was at the hospital. And he would be very upset because he didn't want to be at the hospital. So I told her to tell him that I had been there, and I said he had to go. Blame me. I didn't care if he talked to me again or not.
Why did you what? Why did you reach that?
Because I wanted him checked.
How important was that to you that he be checked?
It was important to me.
Did she do that?
Yeah.
Or at least not until
She refused.
6 o'clock or 7 o'clock that night. That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Be crossed.
Conflicting stories, man.
What are
You
you
have-
saying?
You have a story that you go to the Cochran's home. Michael, who apparently dropped on the floor, is now on a couch. If there is nobody there, how you suspect that she just dragged him on the couch? Who took him to the couch?
I told you I knew that the contractors had put him on the couch.
Now, do you have any evidence that Michael was injected to begin with?
I do not.
Do not. But that he was injected with anything while he was asleep
I do not.
at 11:30 during the day. You don't have any evidence of that,
No.
do you? Now, let's be perfectly clear right now. You are there in her house with a law enforcement officer, your husband, with a man who is just about to die, according to you, or at least you want to check him out. You have a law enforcement officer who can enforce taking her to the hospital, can't he? He's a state trooper
No.
who sees a
no
person
one
to
can,
die.
No one can make someone go to the hospital. You cannot make a person go.
Okay. He is injected, and he is in this state of coma. And you are so concerned about the health of that person as a paramedic, or I'm sorry, as a physician assistant. Why don't you go step outside and call 911 yourself?
Because she refused. I can't make her do that.
You did not call 911. Your husband didn't call 911. You were convinced that from the medical standpoint, this man was in serious trouble, right?
I said he needed to be checked. He needed to go to the hospital, further testing. I didn't know what was going on with him.
Are you a mandatory reporter?
A medical reporter?
Mandatory reporter, that you have to report abuse or medical emergency, potential crime involving
If
medical.
it comes in and I suspect that, yes, and I have a chart and I know what's going on with them, yes.
Well, you suspected, you knew what was going on with him. And yet, as a who would you have to call as a mandatory reporter? The
It
hospitals?
depends.
The police?
It depends on what it is, CPS.
Well, CPS. Well, you had the police right there, your husband. You could have called the CPS, you could have called an ambulance as a mandatory reporter. Say, this man is dying. Take him to the hospital, have him checked out by a doctor. You didn't do any of that.
I told her to take him, sir. She was his voice. I can't make her go.
from the mandatory reporter standpoint, if that person is, or even purely medical, if that person is unconscious, isn't that a mandatory, or some kind of mandatory requirement that this person be taken to the hospital?
So he was sleeping when I was
Oh,
there.
he was sleeping.
And she said he had had seizures. People go to sleep after they have seizures, and that's what he looked like. He was in the post-ictal phase.
All of this, ma'am, has, as far as you know, nothing to do with any injection of an insulin.
I do not know that.
All right.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Not from the state, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hamilton, you are subject to recall. That means that you cannot stay in the courtroom, nor can you watch anything about this case on TV or online.
Okay.
This means that you may be recalled later by the state or by the defense to testify.
Okay.
But you may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-morning break. At this time, we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may go with the bailiff and enjoy your delicious donuts.
It'll be about.
Sorry. Had to give me some coffee. I didn't realize they were going to go like as soon as I head in there. Sorry. Oh. Had to give me some coffee. I was playing y'all on my phone. Forgot to mute it. Anyway, hello. Class is over with. Let's see. Margaret says we're alone in here. Mary Lou asked earlier. This is in West Virginia, so all right. Let me get a drink of this hot coffee. While it's nice and piping hot. Oh my gosh, it's so good. And this cup feels so good on my hands. It's so cold. I'm gonna have to put long sleeves on, I think. Whew, man. Oh my goodness. Hey, Miss King. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you, Miss King. All right. Henny's like, wee. Yeah, we're going to wee on past their little 15-minute morning break. Is it just me or does it look a lot longer than 15 minutes? Wait, what's... Why is it? It's like 1:35. It's a lot longer than 15 minutes. Wasn't it?
Take this lunch break. Be seated.
All right.
You may be seated. All right, we have jury rigged things so that we are ready to go. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. What I propose is to work through our traditional lunch break. We'll take a break for lunch, but I'll tell the jurors that we're going to take this witness because the witness is available and we need to make hay while the sun shines. That sound like a plan?
That is a plan, Your Honor. We suggest that the court make the gallery aware they need to turn their cell phones off. There's been some potential problems with communications outside the courtroom.
All right, we don't want any more delays. You folks in the gallery, check your phones now. Make sure that they are turned off. Bring in the jury.
Court, can you hear?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, thank you. One last word.
Brr, I have goosebumps on top of my goosebumps. It is so chilly. Brr. I couldn't make heads or tails out of what they were talking about. I couldn't hear. Could you all understand anything of what they were saying other than him telling the gallery to turn their phones off? So the attorney there on the left, he's got all kinds of things going on, man. I mean, his jacket, I'm gonna be mean here for a minute and say that his jacket looks like it's from the 1970s. And it clashes hardcore with his tie. And his jacket sleeves look way short compared to his yellow cream colored dress shirt. And then you have the other attorney on the right hand side of the table who loves color, because the last time we saw him he had on a gray suit with a red turtleneck, and today he has on this pretty orange colored dress shirt, and you can tell it looks like his tie matches, but then he has a purple handkerchief. I don't know. But the guy there on the left, our little man that lives in a van down by the river, he has all kinds of fashion faux pas happening at the moment. Henny, we were trying to figure that out. We were trying to figure out what his accent is. Yeah. We were trying to figure that out. You think German?
And I had a TV set up with channels, when the TV would go out and you'd try to get a picture, there'd be a placard on that would say, "Sorry, we are having technical difficulties." Some of you may remember that. And my heart as a child would always sink whenever I saw that sign. This is what's happened to us. I even thought about getting a sign and holding it up for you folks. I am a curse when it comes to technology, and things just don't seem to work right around me. I'm so old-fashioned that I still write my checks out by hand and put them in an envelope and get a stamp and send in the bill. But we've straightened it out. Now, you can see that we're close to the lunch hour. The witness is here with just a kind of a short window of time.
Hey, Michelle, good to see you. I started the stream a lot later, probably close to an hour later than anticipated because of the inauguration. So yeah, I originally had it scheduled to start at 11:30 and I pushed it back till noon, and still I don't think I actually went live until like 12:20 or something like that. So yeah, I get it. I'll have to go back and watch some of the stuff I missed.
And we want to
Glad you're here.
accommodate him. So we're going to work through the traditional lunch break, but never fear. We will take a break for lunch. It's just that we'll be a little bit later than usual. If your stomach begins to growl, we'll overlook that. We won't pay any attention to that. And I apologize that we're not taking our lunch break on time. But I know you folks have been patient and you've had to wait, and we need to make some progress in this case. So if you'll please bear with us. We are still, of course, on the state's case in chief. You may call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the gentleman that appears on the screen is Mr. Court Nexon.
All right, sir, I can't tell whether you are seated or standing. Are you standing?
I am standing, Judge, and I have a stand-up desk, and I don't even have a chair, so I am in a standing position.
All right, well, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would normally say you may be seated, but you're standing at your desk, and so you can remain so. Before we get started, let me explain to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching this next witness on video. You should regard his testimony in the same manner as you would if he were right here in the courtroom amongst us. So assess his testimony and the credibility thereof, just like you would any other witness that is called to appear to the witness stand here. With that, Mr. Truman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nexon, would you please spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. So legal first name is Michael, Michael. Last name is Nexon, Nexsen. Middle name is Cortland, hence the name Court.
How do you spell Cortland?
Court.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Cortland. I beg your pardon. Mr. Nexon, could you tell us your background, please, and specifically your employment and education?
Yes, sir. If it's helpful, I am loud by nature. If I need to talk louder or quieter, Mr. Truman, please just tell me. And first and foremost, the judge and jury, I truly appreciate you all letting me do this virtually. Grew up in the state of Virginia, Washington and Lee University in Lexington, Virginia for undergrad. Started my career in New York City in finance. Came back to business school at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia. Have stayed put there ever since to raise a family. And for 6 years worked for what was U.S. Trust, and that became Bank of America's private bank. I currently own and run a farm estate and residential real estate company in Charlottesville, Virginia, called McLean Faulkner Incorporated.
Thank you. Could you tell us your initial involvement with Natalie and Michael Cochran?
Yes, sir. So my job at the time it was U.S. Trust at Bank of America's private bank was I led a team that dealt with high net worth individuals and families, from investing money to banking to helping kind of oversee their assets. And so in Charlottesville, I was tasked with new business development and kind of being the face of the team for potential new clients. And so somewhat out of the blue, the Cochrans were routed to my team, which came to my desk to interact and speak with them.
In terms of the division of your time with the Cochrans, did you spend more time involved with Natalie Cochran or Michael?
The bulk of it was with Natalie. The only thing I recall is one time there was a gentleman on the phone there in the car who said it was Michael Cochran. The rest was pretty much exclusively with Mrs. Cochran.
How did you communicate with the defendant?
So it was interesting. If my memory serves, it was almost like a phone call out of the blue, and kind of listened to the story and kind of how they got routed. And then primary conversations were email driven as well as some phone conversations.
Do you remember your first, or have a recollection of your first phone call conversation with Natalie Cochran?
High level at a macro point, essentially it was someone talking about very large sums of money, talking about business interests, and I get the sense because of the level or the amount of money they are discussing, and even though it was involved with businesses, it all tied back to an individual, and that's what U.S. Trust or a private bank deals with. And so not exactly sure how, but it makes sense that if the Cochrans are talking to the business banking world of Bank of America, that entity would have flagged and said, you need to speak with U.S. Trust. And given the West Virginia location, I believe the Charlottesville, Virginia office would have been the closest in proximity, and that's how things kind of got routed to me.
All right, sir. You indicated phone calls, but your primary means of communication was through email. Is that correct?
I would say it started with a phone call, and while there were some calls initially, it would have been very email driven, and I don't want to jump ahead. As things kind of played out, the bulk of it was driven through email.
Your Honor, the defense has reviewed the document with the statement marked as State 4.
Yes, number 4.
All right.
Can I see it again? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I beg your pardon.
Could I please have exhibit 3?
It's that bond. It's over here.
I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah. Also, what are you?
All right, you may continue, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Mr. Nexon, the first email that the state wanted to discuss is where it was dated February 4th, 2019 at 11:55. And so that we can identify your emails, they all have a ustrust.com email address, correct?
Correct.
And in that email, you're merely providing personal contact information to the defendant, how she can get a hold of you with a direct line, right?
Correct, yes, sir. If it's helpful, Mr. Truman, I have that email in front of me.
Okay. Well, through the miracle of modern Chinese technology, we're able to hook you up this way with a telephone and through the internet, but unfortunately, we can't display the documents at the same time, so we'll just talk about them. But thank you. Oops. The next email is the following day, and you received an email from the defendant at about 11:11, timed 11:11. You able to look at that email?
Yes, sir.
What's the substance of the defendant's information to you and your response?
So after the initial phone conversation, our job is to kind of follow certain procedures, protocol, information gathering. And so in order to do anything with our team, we have to document certain pieces of information. And so we kind of asked Mrs. Cochran for certain pieces of information that would help us slowly start to effectively build a relationship and establish the accounts. And so that's what we had asked her for after that initial phone call in order to start slowly moving forward.
Your Honor, may we approach on all of this?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, continue, please, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Bear with me just a moment, Your Honor. We had to kind of adjust here on the fly.
Okay.
How was this account initially set up?
The account, so, and I don't want to jump ahead, high level, when we receive a phone call like we did, which is throwing out really big numbers, our job is we have to take it seriously to see if it's real. I think our initial instinct was this probably isn't real, but we will take every step. And so first you have to make sure that the human beings are real, that the business entities are real. And so you're going through methodical steps to document various characteristics of the individuals in the business. And so that's kind of, before anything happens, we're basically, you can call it papering or documenting the individual and the family to get everything set up. And as you can imagine, you're dealing with one of the largest banks in the entire country, if not world. Everything is going to be documented and in a good way scrutinized. And so that's kind of these initial steps, which is we are just data gathering to see if this is real or not.
Were there any funds in this account at this point?
So from our side, there was nothing. So essentially it was, we own these government contracting businesses. We're going to have significant funds coming and going from these accounts, which if it was real, U.S. Trust and the private bank would absolutely be the best place to go to do all this. And so at the time, there's nothing in these accounts. We are essentially getting everything set up or getting the piping in place to allow money to come into the accounts and then be a real source of financial help. But no, nothing, to my knowledge, at least from a U.S. Trust side, there's nothing ever in the account.
By February 5th of 19, approximately 5:36, and if you could take a quick glance at that email. Now, at this point, what was your understanding of the Cochran's intentions for the following day?
So, high level, if this was real, you have
Judge, I'm going to object to this answer already at the beginning of this answer as non-responsive. We're talking about the travel of our clients or my client to the state of Virginia or North Carolina or wherever this gentleman was. We're not talking about high-level financial transactions. We're trying the money laundering case here.
We're not trying the money laundering case, but okay. Let's ask the question this way. Did you have a meeting set up with the Cochrans for February 6th of 2019?
He's like, we're not doing that, but okay.
So my understanding is they implied they were going to go to Lynchburg, Virginia. In order to set up these accounts, you have to physically sign a signature card. You have to have certain people witness this signature card. And I don't remember why they said they were going to Lynchburg. It could have been because of personnel or just certain requirements. But they had implied that they were going to go to Lynchburg. And again, a private banker U.S. trust job is to white glove, handhold service. And it's not uncommon for us to pick people up from the airport, et cetera. So when I'm looking at this email, Mr. Truman, this was trying to make their meetings go as smoothly and as efficiently as possible. And that's what
Judge,
we're doing in these emails.
this is a non-responsive.
Trying to make sure they
Objection, Your Honor, objection. This is a non-responsive.
Mr. Nixon.
This is a non-responsive answer. We're talking about the whole history of this. The prosecutor asked a very simple question, and the witness is rambling.
He's answering the question.
Overruled. Let's continue, please.
Thank you.
So guys, just reframe what you're trying to ask me. You're asking what we're doing, and we are trying to set up appropriate meetings and steps, all the appropriate steps to get certain accounts and relationships set up.
And that was to take place February 6th of 2019, correct?
Correct. That's what we were working towards. It looks like they said they were going to fly in, and so we were basically responding to their schedule and setting things up as best we could.
Did that meeting take place?
Never took place.
And you were notified about that Wednesday, the 6th at 6:47 a.m. in an email from the defendant, correct?
Correct. I have it. I'm just in my packet. Yes, I have cancer and was up all night, and so again, we responded accordingly. That we are sorry, and we're kind of taking cues from this prospective client on their schedule. But correct, no one ever went to Lynchburg. No meetings took place.
But there was a reference at 3:37 p.m. on February 6th. You got another email from the defendant. What was the substance of that one?
So this is our court. We'll shoot for Friday. Is that the email?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, looking to reschedule is how I and our team read it. Was they were looking to reschedule, and so we kept trying to be accommodative and helpful.
And once again, that meeting never took place either, did it?
Correct.
And I realize you're operating under somewhat of a handicap, but there's an email from the defendant of March 14th of 2019. Could you take a look at that one?
I have that in front of me. Correct.
And what did the defendant indicate to you was going to happen then?
So rereading this email, they are asking for wiring information for their account. They've said that $100,000 is coming in other government funds are coming, and that she's emailing a death certificate and the state paperwork so we can remove Michael. So in the interim, we've been informed that Michael was in the ICU and then passed. And so in that interim, that's where we are as of March 14th, which is trying to move money around with these accounts.
And the last one was the next day, March 15th. The defendant indicates to you that she can't log into her account. Is that a reference to a U.S. bank account, or am I missing something here?
I'm reading her email. She very easily could have had a Bank of America account.
I'm going to object to
Hold
this.
on, Mr. Nixon.
I'm
What is
going,
it?
I'm going to object to the answer that has already been proceeded with. She could have easily done something. Either she did something or she didn't. So
All
this
right.
is assuming
I
facts
think-
in the evidence.
I think that's appropriate. Pose the question again, please, Mr. Truman, and I'll instruct the witness to please answer.
Court, this phrase in that email, I can't even log into my account, it was all set up by him. Did you take that as a reference to a U.S. bank or a Bank of America account, or is she talking about something else?
I don't know if she even had an account.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Did you ever talk to Michael Cochran about any of these transactions?
There was a gentleman on the phone at one time who would have been implied he was Michael Cochran. That's the only interaction I ever had with him. He was on the phone, supposedly in the car with Natalie, and this was early in the process. This would have been in February.
Okay. How many times did you talk to the prosecuting attorney's office in this case?
Can you repeat that?
How many times did you talk to the prosecuting attorney's office in this case? The lawyers in the prosecuting attorney's office?
If I remember, I think one time, maybe twice, and it was more to figure out if I could testify virtually, given kind of my location to the courthouse.
Among many, I would imagine thousands of transactions, you remember Natalie Cochran and you remember Michael Cochran.
I absolutely remember this, just given the nature of it, correct.
All right. Now, was Michael Cochran CC'd on all the communications that you had with Natalie Cochran?
I'm going back to the beginning of the email packet. I can see Michael had a CSG LLC email address.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so he was on.
Margaret found out. She said, okay, for the record, I found out where the attorney is from. He is from Poland. Okay. All right. Good to know. Thank you for doing that legwork, Margaret. I appreciate it. Now we know.
On the early emails. And then I want to say she took over as point person. Yeah, he would have. Now, here, I mean, it just kind of depends on the email, sir. I mean, Michael had Natalie and Michael both had CSG LLC US email addresses.
All right. So he could have known about all the aspects of whatever transactions they were supposed to transpire with your bank, right?
Again, she ran point. He was only ever communicative of the very first phone call.
All right. The sum total of your testimony, Mr. Nixon, is that Michael Cochran and Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran were supposed to appear in your bank somehow. And they called off the appointment twice, right?
I'd say there's a little more to it than that, but if you don't want me to ad-lib.
No. I want you to answer my question. My question is, The sum total of your testimony is that they were supposed to have,
Objection, the subtotal of his testimony is his testimony, period.
your testimony here today in this court is that they scheduled an appointment with you and didn't show up and canceled it, right?
I would say that's incorrect. They she ended up cutting checks and wrote false checks that our team knew, and this kind of all crumbled because you were dealing with a very sophisticated financial institution.
Your Honor, I move to strike this answer and instruct the jury.
I'm going to allow the answer to stand.
All right, they wrote some checks that, I'm going to ask you this, sir, one more time, and I want you to answer yes or no.
He
Did they
is
schedule?
he is not gonna lie. He's a bit of a pit bull, and he don't let things slide. I like that about him. Yeah, nitpicky, you know, but I'm kind of digging his, you know, not his attitude, but just his determination, you know. I don't know. I think he's fighting for his client, that's for sure. Good luck, lady. We'll see how this pans out, but he's annoying, Margaret, 100%. But I also am digging him. I dig him.
An appointment with you and canceled it.
Yes, they canceled multiple appointments, correct.
Did they schedule more than one appointment with you and canceled it?
To my
I could see why.
knowledge, there have been
I
two
could see why.
different in-person get-togethers, and then it all became email-driven communication.
How many appointments did they schedule with you? Mr. Nixon, please listen. How many appointments did they schedule with you and
We'll
cancel?
see how I feel, by the end of
My
today.
recollection, two, one was they said they were going to go to Lynchburg. She didn't have cancer.
I didn't ask you about that. I just
Let him answer.
wait a minute. I asked you a very simple question, sir. How many appointments did they schedule and cancel? And you said two. Is that right?
Two.
All right.
Yes.
Now, and the reason did they give you any reasons why they scheduled those appointments and canceled them?
Yes.
And the reason was that Natalie was sick, right?
For the first one, correct.
Okay, for the second one, what was the excuse for the second one?
That Mr. Cochran was in the ICU.
Okay? And then in March, Mr. Cochran was dead, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
To our knowledge, yes.
So now the sum total of your testimony really is that they had two appointments that they canceled because of the illness of Mr. Cochran or my clients, and then the third appointment, Mr. Cochran was dead. Is that a fair statement, sir?
He's like,
In terms of appointments, yes.
Okay, that's all I want right now. The next question is, you don't have any idea about the circumstances of Mr. Cochran's death, do you? You don't know anything,
my
first-hand
lips are
knowledge
so
about
dry.
it.
We, at our time, we saw a death certificate, and that's our extent.
Mr. Nixon, you're a banker. You are dealing with Mr. Cochran and Mrs. Cochran. You don't have any first-hand knowledge of Michael Cochran's death, do you?
Again, I've never met these people in person.
So the answer would be
We were
no.
told he died, and we were showed a death certificate.
So the answer from the first-hand knowledge of knowing anything about this case would be no. Would that be a correct
No.
statement?
In terms of his death,
Right.
I don't know how it died. I have a pretty damn good guess.
I move to strike this, Your Honor.
All right, I am going to.
He's not feeling it. He's not
grant,
feeling it.
That or sustain that objection. Ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the last answer given by the witness. Continue, please, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Nixon, you apparently don't like my client, do you?
I think it's been a colossal waste of my time and many others' time in terms of months of going through this. That's my honest answer. It's a lot of time, resources, yes.
And that's why you're so belligerent right now, aren't you?
I'm not belligerent, but you're being belligerent with me, and I'll answer the question.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I think I'm done with this witness.
All right, redirect, Mr. Truman.
As a banker, would you be belligerent to the people that wrote a bunch of hot checks?
I think I'm done with this witness.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Wait, hold on, Mr. Nixon. Objection has been raised.
I'm going to object. This is back to money laundering, money that has nothing to do with murder.
Well, I think we've extended the circumstances a little bit and opened a door, so I'm going to allow the question. You can pose it again, please, Mr. Truman.
From a banker's
Take
perspective, people that write bad checks, is that something that would cause you some irritation?
And now this is a comment on my client's character, and I object to that.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer if you can, please, Mr. Nixon.
I'm happy to. The only thing we would do is we would properly flag what happened. We did flag it internally, and then we kind of shut down conversations. And so in a way, we literally just follow our procedures and guidelines. And that's what we did here when the bad checks were written, is that we stopped communicating and we flagged it to our fraud department.
The bad checks were written in March of 2019?
Correct, yeah.
That's all the questions the state asked. Thank you.
And no account was ever open with your bank, right?
So again, I'm not in the operations side. I just can't answer that confidently, given I just don't have the full scope of everything in Bank of America. I never funded it. So yes, there were checks written against an account.
All right, anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing for the state, Your Honor. Thank
Mr.
you.
Victor?
Mercifully, no, Your
May
Honor.
this
Thank you.
witness be
Did he
excused.
say mercifully
So
no?
far as the state's concerned,
Did
yes.
Oh,
he
yes,
say
sir.
mercifully
Thank you
no?
very much, Mr. Nixon. We appreciate your cooperation. You are excused,
Did
sir.
he say mercifully no?
So far as the state's concerned, yes.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon. We appreciate Victor.
Mercifully.
Oh my God. Watch him when he sits back down.
She could have opened an account and never funded it. So yes, there were checks written against an account.
All right, anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing for the state, Your Honor. Thank
Mr.
you.
Victor?
Mercifully, no, Your
May
Honor.
this
Thank you.
witness be excused.
So far as the state's concerned, yes.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon. We appreciate your cooperation. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll have to turn off the machine.
Oh, that was so good. Oh, I love it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we
love
haven't approached the lunch hour too much.
Mercifully no.
And so if you could be back in your jury room at 1:30, I'll give you a little extra time because we're behind the eight ball, so to speak, in terms of getting our lunch. So at 1:30, if you'll be back in your jury room, that's when we'll start back up.
Mercifully
Please do not
no.
discuss the case with anyone at all, not among yourselves and not with anyone else. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll be ready to go.
That was epic. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh my God. That was the best.
Again at 1:30.
if he gets flustered like that throughout the entire rest of the trial, I'm here for it. Let me just say that much. All right, Henny, I need your wee because we're skipping through lunch, baby. I have missed Henny's wheeze. All right. Let me skip through here. Mercifully, no.
There is. About 8 o'clock, the victim's stepfather brought me that. You need to only read the first line.
Right, Margaret?
I don't think the state can call Donna Bolt as a witness
He
under
was
those
so
circumstances.
mad at that
Counsel for the
witness.
defense has been provided with that letter.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
That made my eyes water. Oh my God. That was good.
Was this your next prospective witness?
She would actually be number 3, but now she's number 0.
Okay. All right. I haven't had a
Zero.
chance to digest all of this. It's a pretty extensive.
It is, Your Honor. Most of it's just what you would expect as a reaction to listening to testimony, but the first line is fatal as a potential witness for the state, I believe.
All right. I think that is,
Oh my God.
problematic.
He.
So I understand your decision. Hopefully you have another witness available that you can call.
We're probably going to end a little bit early today. I've got them now, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're ready to go. I'm sorry.
Any
Oh, my God.
issues or difficulties, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Bring in the jury, please. Deputy
So it
Fry.
looks like this is a short day. And then it also appears that day number 3 was a short day. So we might be able to get caught up today and then tomorrow start in real time. Yay. I mean, it'll be behind. I'll be behind, obviously, because kiddos, virtual school and whatnot. But we like that when we can skip through the breaks and the lunches, right? I will put it on 1.25 though, just so we can get through even quicker.
Yes.
However, if we can't understand the man that lives in the van down by the rivers, you know, the angry man, if we can't understand his speech, then I'll put it back on normal speed. We'll play it by ear.
It's just the text messages between the defendant and the crimes.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Actually, it's a download, but it's the same.
Jury, we are lined out schedule-wise and ready to continue with the state's case in chief. Mr. Truman, please call your next witness.
Yes, sir. State calls Joshua Kearns.
And Henny, we have dubbed the gal there on the left, sitting at the prosecution table, as Wednesday Addams. Yep.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. State your name, please.
Joshua Kearns.
And could you slide up to the microphone just a little bit, please? And Mr. Kearns, how are you employed?
I'm employed by a local business, aviation company.
Who owns that?
My parents do.
Okay. And what do you do for them?
Primarily a pilot.
Were you asked to conduct a flight from Beckley to Lynchburg, Virginia on February 6th of 2019?
He looks
Yes,
like
sir,
a
I was.
Who asked you to do
bodybuilder.
that?
Well, directly my father, but through Natalie, my father, who owns the company, and then me. So
Natalie being the defendant?
yes, sir.
Okay. Oops, not that. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked as States 5, please.
Very well.
And it's a put number 1 in your heart. It's a club. Can I approach, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Josh, I hand you what's been marked for identification as States 5. I ask you to take a look at that, please.
Okay.
You recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This would be the conversation between she and I.
She and I being-
Natalie concerning the details of that trip.
The trip from where?
From originating in Beckley to Lynchburg.
Okay. And what time did you receive that text? Or what time was it sent to you?
At 6:35 the morning of the trip.
Did you respond?
I did. I simply said, okay, as in response to her canceling that trip.
Okay. What time did you respond?
Well, she texted pretty early in the morning. My response was a little bit late. Normally it's a little quicker, but it was at 7:16 that morning, so 40 minutes later.
And the original flight was scheduled for what time?
I believe, and according to this, at 9 a.m. was the departure time.
Okay. Was there an attempt to reschedule that for another day?
To the best of my recollection, yes, it was going to be moved
Right,
to the following
Cherie?
day.
Daggone.
The next day is what I was told. so.
Henny's thinking the same
And
thing.
The original thing was, when she texted that morning, it was going to be moved to tomorrow. And then a text later that evening, just canceling that altogether. So
So that trip
Yeah.
never took place.
that trip never took place, no, sir.
Move to admit States 5.
Right, Michelle? Gee, yo.
I'm sorry, no objection.
All right, the state's exhibit number 5 will be admitted into evidence.
State has no additional question.
Very well, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
He's been eating his
If
spinach.
I may have a second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Like Popeye.
Email that you received from Ms. Cochran, it was very early in the morning. On what day?
Well, it wasn't an email, it was a text.
Oh, text, right.
Okay.
What day was it? Date?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, it was the morning of the flight.
The date, sir. Do you remember the date?
Well, no, not right off. I mean, I know what, yeah, February 6th.
February 6th. And that message to you indicated that Natalie was sick that morning. At 7:34 in the morning, she texted you that she was sick.
No, she texted me at 6:30 in the morning.
All right, 6:30 in the morning. The gist of it is, however, that she was sick and she wanted to reschedule the flight.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Right. And that evening, however, you received the message concerning Mr. Cochran being in the hospital, right?
No, sir.
No? You don't know anything about whether Mr. Cochran went to the hospital that day or any other day?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay, well, did you learn from anybody, well, from Natalie?
At that
Mr.
time or now?
No, at that time,
No,
during the day
no.
on the 6th. All right. So the next day, you received the message asking for yet another rescheduling?
No, sir.
No, okay.
It was the same day.
All right, on the same day. So she communicated with you twice, rescheduling a flight to Lynchburg?
Yes, sir.
Because, as you know, as far as you know, she was sick.
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you this, maybe outside of the scope of the direct, but you seem to be in a tremendous shape, physical shape.
Well, thank you.
You were a bodybuilder, sir, right?
Yeah, I've been a weightlifter, sure.
And you worked out with Mr. Cochran.
I've never met him in my life, no, sir.
No?
Oh,
You
wow.
You never
Okay.
had any contact with her with him whatsoever.
No, sir.
Did you know about his bodybuilding?
I never met him.
Wow. So he's like, you used to work out with him. He's like, no, I never met him a day in my life.
So I didn't
Okay,
know him.
okay. And you had no contact with him in any way, shape, or any way, in any shape?
I had never seen him, never talked to him.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Truman.
State has no additional questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Burns, you are excused. You may step down. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
State calls Christopher Davis.
Okay, now I think this is the guy that was really good friends with Michael that also flies airplanes. And he's the one that basically is like, yeah, he has to go to the hospital. He's going to the hospital. So this ought to be interesting.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Remember, we're on
Have a seat right
1.25.
there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it looked like he was walking pretty fast.
All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Tell us who you are, please, and what you do.
Chris Davis, I'm the Chief Legal Officer for Access Health, and I'm also an of-counsel partner in the firm of Wooten Davis, Hustle & Johnson.
So by profession, what do you do?
I'm a lawyer by profession, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us your relationship between you and Michael Cochran?
Mike and I became friends around 2011, I believe. Lived in the same proximity. We shared the same interest, coaching. My youngest son was about the same age as his children, was right in between his children, and so we would always see each other, whether it be sporting events and things like that. And so through that, we became, he was one of my best friends because we would coach baseball together, take vacations, really hang out just a lot.
Were you also friends with the defendant?
Yes.
Was that on the same level, or would you describe that differently than your relationship with Michael Cochran?
I mean, it would be a different relationship because Natalie and Jennifer were closer friends, just as Mike and I were closer friends, and I would assume that would be the same. On the other side, Jennifer was closer to Natalie than she was with Mike. We would obviously do things together as a family, but Mike and I would do things separately, whether it be games, et cetera, and Jennifer and Natalie would do the same.
Prior to February 6th of 2019, do you recall the last time you saw Michael?
I would say the last time I saw him was within days of February 6th. I don't remember the specific last time, but it was within those few days.
How did he seem to you at that time?
He was Mike.
Did he seem sick?
No, he did not seem sick.
Could I have this marked as state 7? 6?
Number 6.
Oh, number 2 in your heart.
This is 2 seconds.
No, they're just separated from me. They're one exhibit. We'll glue them together when I'm done. Thank you. It was on February 5th of 2019. Did you and Michael Cochran exchange text messages?
I'm sure we did,
You're sure you did? Why?
because we would probably text each other about every day.
Ugh. Is that showing up on your screen?
It is. It is now. Thank you.
Take a moment and review that, please.
Okay.
How do you know that that's a text from Michael's phone to your phone?
Well, I recall the conversation, but it also says Michael at the top, and it has the picture that was assigned to his number.
By
If
your
that makes
phone?
sense. Yeah, by my phone. It was, and I recall the conversation.
We are so close, buddy. What does that mean?
He was very excited that he was finally going to get the money that he'd been waiting on from the federal government. And a lot of things had happened in between for the previous 2 months, maybe even 3 months. They had, what had been told was they were going through an audit. And then at that point in time,
Objection. I'm going to object to what the federal government was going to do that calls for hearsay.
That's fine. We can just stop right there. Now, this is a text with you and somebody else. Who else is involved in this text?
it says Natalie Cochran on the text that I'm reading. But there's someone else on there as well. It looks like it says 2 people, and unfortunately, I can't see the top of that.
Would a good guess be Jennifer?
It probably would be.
Okay. There's a reference in here. If you could explain that to us. The Smith house? What's that about?
Yes, they,
Your Honor,
I was-
I'm going to object, but this, so far, seems to be the financial case retried. What's the relevance of all of this?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to allow the state to proceed. The objection's overruled.
Tell us about the circumstances where this text came to pass.
so what had happened the year before in 2018, I don't know the exact dates of when they purchased or were attempting to purchase homes at Flat Top Lake, but Mike and Natalie were, because I was not a part of that transaction until the gist of what happened in the text, but they were purchasing homes at Flat Top Lake from the Smiths. I'm not sure both homes are from the Smiths. My understanding, they bought a home for themselves and a home for Natalie's parents. And they were purchasing homes at Flat Top Lake because of the issues with their company with not receiving their funds from the government. The government was shut down. There was an audit that was ongoing, is what I believed and was told. But because they weren't getting any money, what was happening?
To any testimony based on hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, well, he said that's what he believed, and I think that's good enough. And perhaps we can stray from what he was told, but he indicated what he believed, and I'm going to allow that. The objection's over.
For our purposes today, what was your involvement in the Smith house?
They were going to let the houses go back. It's not necessarily a repossession, but ultimately because the contract wasn't fulfilled and they weren't buying the homes, these pieces of real estate, they were going to let the Smiths take the homes back. And the idea was, what will it take for them just to take the homes back, because she didn't want the houses anymore.
And you helped with that?
Yes, Robert Dunlap represented the Smiths, and there was a resolution document that I believe he prepared. Not really for sure who prepared it, but there was a resolution document that ultimately got resolved. It didn't happen at that point in time. It happened later after Michael passed, but that's what that's referencing.
And you were part of negotiating that or resolving it?
Resolving it, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the 6th of February. Was that the first you were aware that there was a problem with Michael?
There were some other text messages between Natalie and I, and then there was a message from Mike as well that I think occurred earlier in the day.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I object to any text messages that are not being presented to us and they're not present in court.
Can I respond to
The
that?
references to
There's no legal requirement the state's aware of that you have to present text messages. He has firsthand knowledge of it. He can testify about it.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So this wasn't the first that I knew that, I believe the question was that I knew that something was wrong with Mike was, so this wasn't the first time that morning that I knew that.
So this is an update?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Now, by 103, you were asked a question. Take a look at that.
Yes,
Had you noticed any odd behavior from him?
I had not. And actually, that's in my response. He hasn't been around. My question was, has he been around anything? Because the earlier messages that she had noted, that Natalie had noted, is that he was sick like last time because he had been. He was sick in November. He was exposed, or my understanding was he was exposed to black mold while working on a rental home, and so that prompts the question. Has he been around anything mold? And then into the supplements.
Did Michael express to you that he was sick because of mold exposure? Or did that come from another source?
That initially came from Natalie because what I was told is they found mold spores in his spinal fluid when they did some type of medical exam in November. And then later, Mike may have said that as well. I don't remember if it come from him directly. It more from him was about the story how they were working on the house and two contractors were there. They had masks. He did not.
The bottom of this text references Mexican supplements. Tell us what you know about Mexican supplements and Michael Cochran.
Unfortunately, I can't see the bottom of the text. I'm sorry. Okay. So this is the first time I've ever heard about a Mexican supplement was on that day. I'd never heard Mike talk anything about supplements from Mexico or anywhere else.
So the sole source of that information is the defendant.
That's correct. Excuse me.
Take a look at this one from about 1:15.
I apologize. On my screen, the first thing I see is 118. I'm so sorry.
Or 18, yes, that's right.
Okay.
And we'll just...
I'm sorry, yes.
Did Michael advise you of what kind of supplements he was taking?
No, Mike, when Mike would talk about his supplements with me, it was always his GNC, what he would take for his workout supplements. I mean, he never went into any detail about the specificity of the supplements. Probably the most specificity we got into it was he would talk about how Natalie prepared the supplements that he was taking and would then, in essence, manage those according to him.
There's also a reference to seizure medications. What's that about?
My understanding is from November, because of the exposure to black mold while he was at CAMC, there was a determination that he was now having seizures. And so he was prescribed seizure medication, and that's the reference.
November to February, do you know, did he talk to you about taking his seizure medication?
He talked to me about he talked about the seizure medicine to the extent he was working on his pilot's license, and that was something he really wanted to get. It was also something that he wanted to do in the future. And we talk about the seizure medicine, how he said, well, I'm not going to be able to fly, I'm not going to be able to do this. We would actually have a lot of dialogue about that because I'd encourage him. Obviously, I'm a pilot, and that was something that we were going to do together and he'd enjoy. And I would remind him and tell him, no, you'll still be able to fly. You may have a medical restriction or something like that, but you'd be able to fly. So we did discuss these seizure meds.
The last message I want you to review is this.
Yes.
There's a couple things that came to your attention in this. One of which is the defendant reported to you about his condition at the time.
That's correct.
And then she informs you that he wet himself. prosecutor is leading. That's fine.
Perhaps you could read.
Your Honor, we're good with that. Mr. Davis, did there come a time on February the 6th of 19 when you went to the Cochran house?
Yes.
How did that come to pass?
I was at my son's basketball game at Beckley Stratton and got a text from Natalie saying, asking me could I come by the house after the game. Through that dialogue, I'm not sure if I asked the question first or it was volunteer first, but there was another family friend that was at the home at that time, Thomas Treadway, and she indicated Thomas thinks he's getting worse. Could you come by? Because we had been, my wife and I, we'd been texting through the day, like checking on how's he doing, what's going on. We're told vitals are good, people are here, he's fine, all these different things. And then I got that text, I don't remember the exact time, but I'm going to say probably around 6:30-ish or something like that, and asked me to come to the house after the game.
What did you do in response to that request?
Well, I said I could come immediately, and I ultimately went to the home.
When you arrived, what did you see?
So when I pulled in the driveway, there were multiple cars in there. Walk into the home, I go into the house. It's fairly quiet. My impressions from that is because Mike's laying on the couch, sleeping, but he's laying there and he's snoring. And so when I get there, of course, Natalie's there, Thomas Treadway's there, her sister Penny Carrico Lowry's there. Penny's husband is there as well. It seems like to me that maybe someone else, I thought that maybe their daughter Nikki was there. I just can't remember. But in the living room, they have a big, large living room. We walk in and they're just people are standing there, and he's on the couch.
What did you think should take place at that point?
Well, my first question was, my text message says he's getting worse. And I want to know what does that mean? What's he worse? So I asked, it was kind of, everybody was whispering because he's laying there and it's like, hey, what's going on? And how's he worse? Well, he's just not responding. Okay. And so I go over to him.
Take a moment. You're okay.
Difficult now because I know the outcome.
When you went to him, what did you do?
So I go over to him and I'm like, "Hey, man, you need to wake up." Kind of shoving, wiggling him a little bit. We were told, Natalie had told us, because that's who it specifically came from, that he had fallen and hit his head earlier. So I'm actually looking for, like, do I see anything? And we've been told about this seizure that he supposedly had, and I don't know what happens when you have a seizure, the outcome, or so I'm just looking. So I'm trying to kind of nudge him, wake him up, shake him. Hey man, you need to get up. You need to get up. Hey buddy, you got to talk to me. And he's just laying there, and it's he's non-responsive. He's just laying there. So at that point in time, I was just kind of looking at his face. I was worried about his head, and I asked, does he have a knot on his head? Is there anything on his head? Because he's laying on his back, so he's laying on his head. So I asked, is there a knot? Is there anything back there on his head? And I believe the responses were no. I'm looking like in his nose and like his ear to see if I maybe see blood or anything. Mike didn't like anybody to touch his face, and not that I'd have any time to touch his face, but I knew he didn't like people touching his face. And my understanding was that when he was younger, there was a fire and whatever the case. But so I tell him, and I'm like, hey man, I'm going to touch your head. If don't hit me, because his arm. I'm like, don't hit me, and it was almost like not. I think we may have, almost like kind of smiled and laughed, like, hey, because it's Mike. I'm like, hey buddy, don't hit me. I'm going to touch your head. And so I reached down and I looked in his eyes. I'm not really for sure what I was even looking for. To be honest, I was really looking for like maybe trauma, blood, or something. And his eyes, they were fine. They weren't rolled back or anything like that. But anyway, and so after that, Thomas is standing there too, and Thomas does a sternum rub on him, where he took his knuckle, rubbed his sternum, and I just remember saying, man, hey buddy, we'll take you to the hospital. We'll take you to the hospital. So you gotta help me here. Are you okay? What's going on? Are y'all, And so no response. At that point in time, I went down to his feet. My father had a massive stroke years ago, and I just remember the doctors told us then.
About statements by doctors, about fathers, I object to that.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can continue, Mr. Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. So ultimately, I go to his feet and like rub the bottom of his feet, because my understanding, if you were to do that, how the feet respond, the toes respond, can indicate something, a brain injury or a head injury or something like that. And I remember that because of what my dad went through. So I did that on both of his feet, and it was clear that something was wrong. And I was like, he's got to go to the hospital, and he's got to go now.
Did you enforce that command?
He was going to the hospital, and so I don't want to say I enforced that on anyone, but I remember a question is, you really think he should go? Yes, he needs to go, and he's going to go now, and I'm going to take him, and that's exactly what I did.
Had you ever taken him to the hospital before?
I had. The November incidents that we're referring to, the exposure to black mold, he went to the hospital. It was close, like maybe like a Wednesday, Friday. I can't remember, real close in time. And those two times he was sick. He, again, wasn't feeling well and throwing up. And it was to his house, went to his house, and you could tell obviously he wasn't feeling good. He was struggling, and those, he said he wanted to go. He said, I'll go. I want to go to the hospital. Take me to the hospital.
And that was in November of 18?
Yes.
Was there another time you took him to?
Those were close. They were twice in the same incident. He went to CAMC at first, and then came home for a few days, and then was still sick, not feeling well, and then went back to CAMC.
Can I have just a moment, please? February the 6th of 2019.
Hey, Margaret. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I was doing some stuff with the kids real quick. I had to help them do something. This is the best friend of his, of the victim, Michael. That's who this guy is. He's the one that went to the house and was like, he's going to the hospital, like it or not. He's going.
Had you been at the Cochran house?
Yes. On my way to work, my wife had me drop off a flu care package is what I thought it was.
You're
because
welcome.
we were told that Natalie was sick and not feeling well, and I don't remember the time, but I wasn't in the Cochran home. I went to their house. At the front of their house, they had these doors that were almost kind of they were glass doors. They looked like they both opened. I don't know if they both opened or not. I think one of them maybe opened. And so I opened the door, put the bag there, and I didn't see anybody, or wasn't in the home until later.
So the first time you were at the Cochran house, you stayed outside. The second time was when you went inside, and that ended up with a trip to the hospital.
That's correct.
Did you look in the bag that you dropped off?
I did not.
Where'd you get the bag?
My wife.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Davis, you testified on direct that on February 5th of 2019, Michael was a normal Michael, right? No problems, no nothing.
I don't remember any problems he was having on the 5th.
Do you remember Michael on October 30th of 2018?
Not specifically to that day.
Okay. Would there be something that would alert you to Michael being ill or Michael being sick or not himself or anything like that?
I don't remember that specific day. Are you referencing, is that when he went to the hospital in what I believe to be the 1st of November?
The day before, he went to the hospital in October of 2018.
No, I don't recall the day before without any type of something to refresh that.
Nothing, however, would indicate that he was so sick that he would have to go to the hospital on October 30th, right?
Not that I recall.
And yet on October 31st, he was in a hospital with some pretty serious conditions, wasn't he?
I don't recall the specific date you're giving, so that's why I can't answer your question. But this is in reference to when he was hospitalized at CAMC.
Okay.
Then you would be correct. He was hospitalized for several days for the black mold and the seizure.
Hold on, Mr. Davis. He went to the hospital on October 1st, on October 31st, and you don't recall anything as far as October 30th, whether he was in sad shape, whether he was in good shape, or anything of the nature.
I don't. I just
Okay.
remember
You
the day
don't.
he was sick. He was
The answer
sick and
is you
throwing
don't.
up.
Is that right? Yes or no?
Repeat the question, please.
The question is, you don't recall whether he was good, bad, indifferent, or whether he felt bad, or anything of that kind. Yes or no?
The day before he went to the
Right.
hospital?
That's right.
I don't recall the day before he went to the hospital.
But then he went back to the hospital on November the 2nd. Do you remember how he behaved on November 1st?
Yes, he wasn't feeling well. He was sick. The days between when he went to CAMC the first time
He was sick that day?
and he came home, and he was home and sick for the next 2 days, whatever that day is, and then
And that's why
went
he went
back
to the
to the
hospital.
hospital the second time. Correct?
Okay. And you said that on, I guess, February 5th, he did not appear to be in any distress or anything of that kind.
I think what I said is I don't recall
Okay.
he was in distress on the 5th. I don't remember the 5th unless there's a specific event or place or time. I don't remember the 5th.
Do you remember talking to Lieutenant Bledsoe, who interviewed you in this case, on or about, March 22nd, 2019?
I do.
Is it true that you told Lieutenant Bledsoe that in February of 2019 you observed Michael Cochran to mentally struggle while he was assisting you in installing a ceiling fan? Remember that?
I don't remember the statement specifically, but I do remember the event. We were putting a ceiling fan up in my house, and he would do the wiring.
I asked you, Mr. Davis, please listen. I asked you whether do you remember that conversation with Lieutenant Bledsoe?
I don't remember the specific conversation with Lieutenant Bledsoe.
Do you remember? Well, all right. Is it true that in February of 2019, Michael Cochran was struggling mentally and was not feeling good?
He was stressed, waiting on his money.
I didn't ask you that.
And
I asked
so
you whether
I don't.
yes or no, sir. Did he act mentally? Did he struggle mentally? Tell me yes or no.
I believe that again he was definitely struggling because of his stress.
I didn't
of
ask
what
you
was
why,
going on.
sir.
So I do believe he was
Your
struggling
Honor,
mentally.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Please instruct the witness to answer my question.
I think he did answer it towards the last. So let's move on.
Did he appear sick to you?
No, he didn't appear sick.
You observed him as having outbursts of stress and anger that wasn't like him. True? That's what you
Yeah.
told the officer, isn't it?
I don't recall what I told the officer and what you're reading from, but if I told the officer that, that would probably be true. And because again, he was very stressed.
Okay. Did you have any knowledge of Michael Cochran taking any type of supplements or any type of steroids or anabolics to further his bodybuilding physique?
Mike took supplements. He did not, to my knowledge, take steroids or anabolics
Okay.
for that purpose.
Okay.
It was generally workout supplements is what he referred to.
He took supplements. And did Michael have a seizure either in October of 2018 or November 2018.
I don't recall. I don't think so. I was never told that.
But on November the 2nd of 2006, he went to the hospital with the conditions eerily similar, if not identical, to the conditions that you saw him in on February the 6th. Would that be a case, sir?
I didn't know Mike in 2006. I don't know
I
any
mean, on
incident.
2006, I'm sorry, sir. In 2018, on November the 2nd, he went to the hospital with the same or extremely similar conditions that you found him in February of 2019.
No, he did not.
No, he did not.
Because in February of 2019, he was unresponsive. In November of 2018, he was talking to me, vomiting, and participating in wanting to go to the hospital. So they were two different.
So if there was testimony that he was sleeping in the hospital, perhaps under some type of anesthesia or some type of medication, that would not be true? Or would that be true?
I don't think I understand your question. When is he sleeping in the hospital that
In
you're referring to?
November of 2018, when he is in the hospital, between November the 2nd and the November the 6th, there was a time when he was asleep in the hospital. Do you remember that time? You were there with him, I presume.
I'm sure he was asleep when he was in the hospital. I don't remember any particular time that you're referencing. When he went to the hospital, they treated him, and was he in the hospital and treated at some time and sleeping in the hospital? I think that's probably true.
No. Was he sleeping in some form of induced coma, or was he in some type of under some type of medication? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I know that he goes to the hospital, they admit him, and they're treating him, and he is in the hospital.
And then they tell you, because you told the police officer, that Michael, well, let's start with that. Michael is combative, right? Michael doesn't want to be in a hospital.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be in the hospital. Are we referencing November?
Did he want to be in a hospital in November of 2018?
He asked me to take him to the hospital while he was in the hospital. Did he want to leave the hospital? Yes.
Did he claim that he would never go back to a hospital? To you?
Over the 10 years I knew him, he probably claimed several times he didn't want to go back to the hospital.
Now, you learned that Michael may have had a mass on his brain, didn't you?
That's correct. That's what we were told while we were waiting in the hospital in November.
Okay. And then the diagnosis was somewhat changed to the swelling of the brain, correct?
That's probably correct. I don't remember that specifically. We didn't have interaction with the doctors. We're being told these things. So I just don't remember that specifically.
But you learned that Michael had a whole series of extremely serious medical conditions as he was discharged from the hospital.
No, my understanding is that he had seizures. He was exposed to black mold, and through that they determined he has seizures, and he was placed on medicine. That's the only medical conditions that we were ever told.
All right, let me ask you this. You learned that he had encephalopathy, right? Brain swelling. Did you or did you not?
I don't recall that diagnosis,
You don't
but
recall.
I would
Okay,
defer to
do
those
you-
medical
do you-
records.
If you don't
And if they
recall,
say it, then I believe
Mr.
it
Davis,
exists.
Your Honor, Mr. Davis, I asked you a simple question. Do you recall being told that Michael had encephalopathy? Do you or don't? You.
I was never told his diagnosis.
Okay. No, any diagnosis?
Other than he had seizures and was exposed to black mold.
Okay. Were you told that he had seizure-like activities? Were you or not?
I was told he had seizures. I wasn't told in your
Yes
word.
or no,
he had-
sir?
I'm answering your question. You
Yes
said
or
that
no?
he has seizure-like
Yes or no, Mr.
activities.
Davis?
And I've
Your
never
Honor,
was told he had
please
seizure-like
instruct the
activities.
witness to answer my question.
Mr. Victor, pose the question, please.
Did you learn that he had seizure-like activity prior to going to the hospital, Mr. Davis? Yes or no?
Going to the hospital in November?
Yes?
No.
No. All right. Did you learn that he had conditions such as urinary retention, chronic sinusitis, confusion, brain swelling. Did you learn about these conditions?
No.
No, okay. So if you told Lieutenant Bledsoe otherwise, that would not be true, right?
Again, I would defer to the medical records. If those medical records said that, and at some point in time I recalled that through the medical record and repeated that, then it would be accurate. I'm saying today I don't recall hearing those specific diagnoses.
Did you know that Mr. Cochran was prescribed medication for encephalopathy by Dr. Ward? Did you know that or not?
Is that seizure medicine?
Did you know, well, did you know that he was prescribed the medication for brain swelling by Dr. Ward? Did you or not?
I don't know if I know. He was prescribed seizure medicine. I don't know if that's what that is, Mr. Vicker. If it is, then yes, I knew it. If it's not seizure medicine, then no, I did not know.
Okay. Did you know whether he religiously took that medication as prescribed by the doctor? Did you? Or did you not?
We were told by Natalie that he stopped taking
No,
the
I
medicine.
didn't ask you about Natalie. Did you know from Mr. Cochran or from anybody else but Natalie that he was taking that medication as ordered by the doctor?
Yes, he indicated to me he was taking his seizure medication in December.
Okay. How about January?
He never specifically told me he was taking it or he was not taking it, and that our conversations were more about flying as it related to the seizure medicine.
Prior to February the 6th, you were advised that Natalie Cochran had a flu and she was sick. Yes or no?
On February, yes, prior to February 6th, she was sick with flu-like symptoms.
Flu-like symptoms. And you were also advised that Mr. Cochran was sick that day. Yes or no?
On February 6th? Yes.
Okay. As you sit here today, you do not know what caused Mr. Cochran's condition on February the 6th. You have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no personal knowledge.
Now, did you know that he was taking a whole slew of medications, other such as, for example, Keppra? Do you know what Keppra is?
I have no clue. And I knew no medicine that he was taking other than when he would reference seizure medicine. Outside of that, I didn't know of any other medicine he was taking.
Did you know that he was diagnosed with an acute respiratory failure, sir, when he was in the hospital?
I think we were told by Natalie he had that.
How about convulsive status epilepticus, epilepsy, perhaps? Did you know that?
I don't recall ever hearing that from anyone.
So if those were the diagnoses from the hospital in February of 2019, you wouldn't have any reason to debate the knowledge of the medical experts.
You're correct. I don't know what the diagnosis was.
Okay. Now, and I'm very sorry to hear that, but your son, I understand, was afflicted with diabetes 1, right?
That's correct.
Is he an adult now, sir? I mean,
He thinks he is.
Okay.
He's 19, and yes, he's as much of an adult, I guess, he can be.
Okay. And you had in your possession always some form of medication, such as insulin, that would...
No, we don't always have that in our possession. No, he wears an insulin pump.
Right.
And it houses the insulin.
Okay.
But yes, do we always have insulin, say for instance, at our home? Yes. If we traveled a long distance, we would have it with us. That's correct. You know, he's in college, so he has it with him.
All right,
So, yes.
okay, sure. Were you ever tasked, sir, with injecting your son with the Humalog insulin so as to maintain his, well, life and his
Yes.
regular condition?
Yes.
How much of that Humalog would you inject, sir?
It was situation specific. So what would happen is you would only inject the insulin necessary to combat the carbs to which he was ingesting. So, you may inject 1 unit. My wife was much better at this, but if he ate 20 carbs, the ratio may be 1 to 20. So it depends on what he ate, how much you
And
inject.
we're talking about a little vial or less than a vial?
For a one injection, oh, it could be, if he, like I said, if he ate crackers, you may only give him 3 units. And 3 units would be, I'm holding my hand up because I'm envisioning the needle.
Right.
3 units would be small.
How about, did he ever need more than 3 units?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Again, that's
how much-
situational specific.
Well, all right, situation, what was the largest amount of Humalog that you ever injected, you or your wife ever injected into your son's body? Well, show us, this much, that much,
I couldn't answer that because
10 units, 12 units?
I think those are possible. You got to remember when you're injecting him with insulin and he was dependent upon using needles, he would get anywhere from 5 to 6 to 10 injections a day.
Right.
So if you take that and multiply that by a year and a half or 2 years or whatever it is, I couldn't tell you the max we ever gave him. Nor can I tell you the minimum we ever gave him.
Tell me what a unit is, just for,
It is,
is it in milligrams, is it in nanograms, is it in decagrams, what is it?
I have no clue. It's a little line on a needle.
Okay.
And so I have no clue how it's rated.
And how did that Humalog react? After about 15 minutes? After about 20 minutes?
It would, I don't know the reaction time. I know that what we tried to do was to determine what insulin he was going to need and try to give him a shot 15 to 20 minutes before he would eat.
Right.
Because it was the fast acting insulin. And so, I really don't know the specifics of how it metabolizes or what it does. I can tell you that in our son now, even with the pump, that, he can eat, 100 carbs, his 2 Big Macs, and his blood sugar will go up, and as it's reacting to the insulin, it'll then level itself out, come down. It could be hours.
He never dropped on the floor or dropped unconscious after you injected him with a Humalog, did he?
Oh, praise the Lord, no, he did not, because it was administered to him correctly.
Right. I note,
Ooh,
like with the other gentleman who testified here earlier, that you were
ooh, he got that dig in because it was administered correctly.
in phenomenal physical shape. You
Flattery
must
gets you nowhere, Mr. Victor.
you must be working out, Mr. Davis.
Did he
I
say
don't work out,
flab
but
will
I
get you
appreciate the
nowhere?
compliment.
Have you
Did he say flab will get you nowhere? Is that what he said? Or did I misunderstand what he said? Did he?
ever worked out
Hold on.
phenomenal physical shape? You
Flattery
must
gets
be-
you nowhere, Mr. Victor.
Oh, did he say flab or flattery? Okay, flatter. I was getting ready to say. I was like, whoa. Okay, flattery. Okay.
you must be working out, Mr. Davis.
I don't work out, but I appreciate the compliment.
Have you ever worked out with Michael Cochran?
No.
No?
No.
You've never participated in any, sports events that would require pumping iron or,
No, we never pumped iron together.
okay? But you know that Michael Cochran was a bodybuilder. Did you know that?
He was in great physical shape and took care of his body. I didn't know him to ever participate in bodybuilding. So to say he's a bodybuilder, but Mike was in great shape.
But he participated in the Toughman contest?
Yes, he
All
did. And won.
And winning?
Yes.
All right. He also participated in what is it, truck pulling competitions or something like that? Where great physical strength was required?
Oh yeah, he would participate in those things. I don't remember him ever doing a truck pull, but I know he would participate in those type of I think like a Spartan event, like Spartan events.
What year would he participate in those? Like 2018, 2019, 2017?
And I don't remember the years.
Would it be at the time when his heart was about to burst because he had a mass on his heart or when his brain was about to burst because he had a mass on his brain or he has brain swollen?
I don't remember what year he participated in those events. If he had that medical condition at some time in the past, I'm unaware of that.
Did he ever tell you that he had any heart condition?
No, he did not.
Did you ever know about his heart condition?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever seen him in a seizure type of a situation?
I've never seen him in a seizure.
Okay. When you went to Ms. Cochran's house on November the 6th, sir, who was there? Who was present?
Thomas Treadway.
Excuse me just a minute, is this November the 6th?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did I say November?
I thought he said, I thought you meant February. I apologize.
Strike that. Apologize to the jury. February the 6th.
Sure.
Who was present in the Cochran's home, sir?
I remember Thomas Treadway, Natalie, Mike, Penny, and then Penny's husband, Mario.
Several people, right? So,
Yes, and now I think Mario may have been outside when I first got there.
Sure.
But at one point in time, he's in the home in the living room. So those are the people there. And it seems like there was someone else, but
how about the children?
I thought, but I may not. I don't remember. I don't specifically remember seeing Ashton or Nikki directly, but it seemed like I thought I may have saw Nikki, but I don't remember.
Natalie wasn't there alone with Mr. Cochran.
No, those people were there with her.
Several people. So it didn't look to you like somebody was trying to hide the medical condition of Mr. Cochran or conceal it from other people.
At that point in time, I didn't think anything different other than he was not feeling well and doing worse and was
Okay.
there.
All right. Did you see any syringes when you were there?
I don't recall seeing any syringes.
Did you see any vials of insulin when you were there?
I don't recall seeing insulin.
Okay. Was there a time when you and Mr. Hamilton or Ms. Hamilton have to hold Michael down when he started moving?
On February the
February
6th?
the 6th.
No.
Was he ever?
He was unresponsive the
was
whole time I
unresponsive.
saw him on February 6th.
Okay. And in November, you had to do that. In November, when he was in the hospital, in November, you had to do that, right?
There was a time in the November events that, yes, when he was in the hospital, he was in the bed, and it wasn't just me and Mr. Hamilton. I think Jonathan Bowen was there. Jason Bowen was there at that time. He was one of their contractors. Yeah, and he was in the bed, and I remember we were, in essence, holding him down to try to say, look, you have to stay in the bed.
Did you, well, I presume you, in that friendship that lasted, some nine years or so, you had more than enough opportunities to eat meals with Ms. Cochran, Mr. Cochran, have dinners, lunches, and whatnot. Was he ever, did you ever observe for him to use any medication with his meals? Supplements? Steroids? Anything of that kind?
Well, I can answer the last part of your question. I never saw him use a steroid or anything like that. Did he ever take supplements while we had meals over the last 9 years? I'm sure that after a meal or during a meal, I probably saw Mike take medicine, whatever that would be for a headache or whatever. We had a lot of meals together. And so I just don't recall. But it's possible that I did see him take something after a meal.
Did you ever notice that Mr. Cochran had his own place where he kept his own medication in the Cochran's home?
No, I don't recall ever seeing where he kept his medication.
Did you ever have Natalie Cochran keep the insulin for your son at her home?
No, there'd be no reason for her to keep my son's insulin.
I understand that she was allowed to pick up her insulin for your son because your wife, and I presume you, trusted her so much with the insulin that she could give to your son.
Well, she never gave, to my knowledge, insulin to my son. Whether or not she could pick up the medicine, that my wife would know that more than I would know that. I don't know. I mean, if there's an authorization that says she's allowed to pick it up, then that'd be true.
Okay.
But
So
she
you-
never gave, I don't recall any time where Natalie ever gave Gavin insulin.
What was the, well, and again, I'm not going to say absolutely anything negative about your son or anything like that. I'm
I
just going
appreciate
to
that.
ask you whether your son and your family had a plan for treatment of the diabetes if you and your wife were not capable or not able to give him the medication that he needed.
Well, the plan was that one of us would always do that. So there was no plan outside of my wife and I.
So there was never any indication that Natalie Cochran would be allowed to do anything with the insulin and your son.
I don't think I quite understand your question.
I mean, if you and your wife could not give your son the medicine, insulin, that he
Correct.
obviously would need, was Natalie Cochran ever entitled or ever given the right by you to treat him with insulin?
No, I never asked her to treat him with insulin.
Okay. All right. That bag that you left at the door of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran, that you didn't look inside, do you know if she ever found that bag, or whether she ever looked inside, or whether she ever used the contents of it?
Is she, are we referring to Natalie?
Well, yeah, Miss Cochran.
Okay.
Do you know?
I know
First
the bag,
hand, first hand.
the bag was not there where I left it earlier in the day when I returned. What happened to the bag, I have no idea.
Okay, all right. If I may have a second.
Mr. Truman.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, redirect Mr. Truman.
Defense counsel asked you if, or implied that because there were so many people, that there was no attempt to hide Michael Cochran's condition. You recall that question?
I do.
Not only did she not try to hide it, she sent this picture to a whole bunch of people, including Jennifer Davis, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, state moves to stage 6, which I cleverly forgot to do.
Any objection?
I'm sorry.
It's number 6. State's number 6.
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
Poor guy.
That's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Fisher?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. You may step down. You are excused.
Poor guy.
Would counsel and the defendant come up, please?
That was tough. That was tough. Oh, who is she? She their daughter?
Your Honor,
Your Honor, I'm sorry. We need to, I need this picture.
He's getting it right. We'll take our mid-afternoon break right now. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. We'll break for 10 minutes. If you will go with the bailiff to your jury room, please.
I wonder who that redhead is. I wonder if that is... the Cochran's daughter. I do not know.
You may be seated. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Very well. Bring in the jury there.
I print them out each day.
Oh, good.
That way you don't have my sloppy handwriting. We'll do it. Because I don't think you could,
Very well, we continue with the state's case. Please call the next witness, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the state calls Glenda Epperly.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Truman.
Great. Can you scoot as close as?
Scoot up.
Bend that microphone down.
Okay, will that work?
That will.
Maybe a little more. Bend it a little more, please.
Okay.
Okay, now, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. You are Glenda Epperly?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired now.
From what profession are you retired?
I was a registered nurse for a number of years.
Could you tell us your background, your education in nursing?
Yes, sir. I graduated from Bluefield State College in 1983, started working in the fall of '83 at Raleigh General Hospital, and stayed there until 2008. Then in 2008, I went to Princeton Community. I stayed employed there until 2016 and retired the first time. And then worked another 5 years until 2023 at Princeton Community as needed personnel.
And at some point, did you go to work at hospice?
Yes, in 2008, the hospice opened around that time, I think a year before maybe, and I started working as an as-needed person, a staff member there then. And I stayed there until 2013, I think, 13 or 16.
19 maybe?
What is it, 19? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Tell us a little bit about, just a brief overview of hospice philosophy. What do you do at hospice?
Hospice is set up to provide holistic care for a patient, meaning not only do we look at the physical care of the patient, but we look at the mental care, the social care, and the spiritual care of the patient and his family or her family. So it is, it's a palliative care, which means we're not trying to cure anything or heal anybody. We're trying to make you comfortable and live a good life until it's the end of life.
Your Honor, I'd like this marked as State 7, please, for identification.
Very well.
There's separately, hospice is a medical facility, is it not?
Yes, it's a medical facility, but it also has a home side component, meaning we have staff that service the patients in their own home. And at Bowers House, we have a 12-patient inpatient facility.
Do you keep records of what transpires, like normal
Yes.
medical records?
Yes, they're electronic medical records.
They're what?
Electronic medical records.
Okay, should I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, what's been marked for identification is State's number 7, if you could review that, please.
Okay. Okay.
In general, the documents you're looking at are, what do they consist of?
These would be nursing notes that were put into the electronic system.
How do they get into the system?
The
Hey,
time that the
Kiki, welcome, welcome,
nurse
welcome.
goes into the room is documented, and when they come out, it's documented. And then their nursing note has a time on it. It hopefully is the time that they were in the room. But sometimes you can have late entries if you're particularly busy or whatever. But they're all stamped, time stamped.
Is that a requirement of the job, that you keep nursing notes?
Yes.
Do you recall being on duty February the 10th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
What's a normal hospice nurse shift?
Well, we have 2 shifts. They're 12-hour shifts from 7A to 7P and 7P to 7A.
And on 10th of February 2019, which shift were you working?
I was working the evening shift, 7P to 7A.
Do you recall receiving a patient at Bowers House on that night?
I was assigned a patient, yes.
Michael Cochran?
Yes, he had arrived while we were in report. From about 7 to 8 o'clock, there's a shift, during the shift change, the day shift will report off to the night shift. And so we were in report. Another nurse actually got Mr. Cochran in and did release his release to the ambulance company that brought him. And then at 8 o'clock, I made my first entry into the room.
And when you say there was a report that the day shift was bringing you up information on patients who were there, is that what you mean?
Yeah, in report, I was told that we were going to get a transfer from Charleston Area Medical Center. The patient was a younger man, I forget the age, and what I was told was he had fallen at home, had head injury, and was not able to be treated, and there was nothing else they could do, and he was coming to hospice to pass away.
From the review of the chart, what time did Mr. Cochran arrive at Bowers?
From the note's at 7:45, so I would assume that he came in between 7:30 and 7:45.
And you had said earlier in your testimony that you were assigned to Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
Was there anybody else assigned with him along with you?
No.
So you were the primary nurse that
Yes.
that provided. In summary fashion, what did you do for Mr. Cochran?
What did we do?
Yes.
Primarily, our goal that evening was to get Mr. Cochran comfortable. When he arrived, he was moaning, moving his feet around, appeared to be in pain or discomfort. And our goal was to get him comfortable, and that's what we did. That was the focus of the whole plan. And we were trying to get him settled in and comfortable.
He appeared in pain. What did you do about that?
We gave him Dilaudid 4 milligrams and Versed 2 milligrams, and those were both intravenous medications. They were ordered every 15 minutes.
Did the medication have the desired effect on Mr. Cochran's comfort?
Not initially. It was probably after 10 o'clock before he actually started to settle down.
And then according to the notes, what time did Mr. Cochran die?
I think it was just after midnight or around midnight. So it would be, I don't know what the exact time was. It'd be, I don't know if it's 2010 or 2011, but it would be either just before midnight or just after midnight.
Separately, as I understood your testimony earlier, there was nothing anybody could do for Michael Cochran by the time he got to Bowers.
Correct. Our goal was to keep him comfortable.
Your Honor, State would move State 7 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Very well. It is admitted into evidence.
I didn't see that in the note. For the questions in there separately.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Epperly.
Good afternoon.
I am Stanley Selden. I'm one of the co-counsel for Natalie Cochran.
Okay.
Ms. Epperly, you're familiar with the procedures in hospice as to admitting a patient, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And part of that admitting procedure is that there are a number of forms to be filled out in guiding the patient, his care in terms of whether he's to be put on life-sustaining equipment or if he's to be resuscitated or things along those lines. Isn't that correct?
It is.
Were you aware that there was both a living will and a medical power of attorney, which gave Natalie Cochran the power to decide whether Michael Cochran was to be kept on life-sustaining equipment?
I was not aware initially.
But you found that out later?
Yes.
And you were aware, or eventually became aware, that it was Michael's wish embodied in those documents not to be resuscitated or put on life-sustaining equipment. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did you catalog or do you recall that Natalie Cochran came in with Michael and also their daughter Nicole?
At 8 o'clock, when I assumed care of Mr. Cochran, Mrs.
Could you speak up just a little
Okay.
bit? I'm having a hard time.
Okay.
Thank you.
When I went in the room at 8 o'clock and assumed care of Mr. Cochran, Mrs. Cochran was at his bedside. There was a younger man and his wife, I initially thought was a brother, but came to find out was a friend, and I believe their pastor was there. Just outside the room in the way, it's like a common area. The hospice is divided into 3 different pods with 4 rooms in each pod and a common area that has sofas and TV and that kind of thing.
Okay.
The daughter, with her grandmother, I believe, was there at that time with Mrs. Cochran's mother.
Right. And I believe I recall that you said that even though you were in report, that Mr. Cochran came in about 7:45. Is that correct?
That's the time of the first note.
Okay. And you went on duty and started making notes about 8 o'clock. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall, and Michael was at hospice for approximately 5 hours before he expired, isn't that right?
Yes.
Do you recall that Natalie Cochran stayed with him the entire 5 hours?
Yes.
Were you aware that Michael Cochran, and aware at that time or subsequently learned, he had a constellation of internal physical problems, which included an enlarged heart, a swollen brain with edema or fluid. He had suffered from seizures. He had hypoglycemia, and all of these were in the records that came to you or you reviewed at a later time. Were you aware of that?
I was not. I knew that he had fallen at home, and so the assumption of brain swelling would be reasonable, you know. I wasn't aware of his heart condition. When I went in the room at 8 o'clock, I started care of him, and every 15 minutes I was medicating him. So there was no opportunity when he first came in to read a full medical history. And it was not, a full medical history was not reported to me in report.
Okay. Now, when Michael came in, he was more or less in a comatose state, isn't that correct?
Yes, he did not respond to any verbal commands to open his eyes or move a particular extremity. His pupils were reactive to light, but that was it.
Were you aware, or did you find out subsequently, that one of his doctors at CAMC had said that, according to the brain scans, he was essentially brain dead at that time?
I knew that the report from CAMC was that he was brain dead, or that he'd had a brain injury and there was no chance of recovery.
Right. And that's why he was at hospice, because your job,
Right.
the person's dying, and you
Right.
try and make them more comfortable.
Correct.
Give me just a moment.
Which is fine.
Thank you. Now, you said that Michael Cochran expired somewhere around midnight.
It was either a little bit before or a little bit after.
And the death certificate, which was filled out around that time,
Okay.
reflects that the time of death was 12:18 a.m. That would correspond with your notes. Is that right?
Yes, that would be, I would accept that as reasonable.
Now, when someone expires at hospice, there is a death certificate filled out, correct?
Yes, yes, there is.
And who would be responsible for that? Would it be Dr. Pitzenbarger, who was the physician on staff?
The nurse, myself, would
Right.
sign it, would fill it out and sign it, and he would then sign it the next day or whenever he came in next.
And the cause of death, according to the death certificate, which was filled out by you, says acute respiratory failure and due to cerebral edema.
Okay.
Respiratory failure means that his lungs failed.
Yes, he stopped breathing and his heart stopped.
And cerebral edema is a buildup of fluid on the brain.
Correct.
I don't believe I have any more questions. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Truman.
He has no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Epperly. You
You're
may step
welcome.
down to our excuse.
Okay. Who does this go to?
Yes, if you'll just leave it right there on the shelf. we're
Okay.
good.
All right.
Thank you. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, that's all we have for today, given the prior circumstances.
All right, members of the jury, you're getting a little break here today. We will close out the day at this time. Of course, we will continue with the trial, and I'll need you back in the morning at 9 a.m. So get a good night's rest so that we can start back in. We'll continue presumably with the state's case in the morning. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Have a good meal this evening and be ready and energetic to start out the day tomorrow. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room and then depart for the day.
All right, we'll go ahead and scooch on over to day number 3. So we'll be caught up today. We'll be caught up in real time today. Yay! Let me do that real quick. Let me open this one, close that. All right. Now, this will be a short day too. It looks like 2 hours and 49 minutes. I don't know if this was, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on just a second. I'd say that's the school calling about a 2-hour delay for in the morning. Hold on. All right, 2-hour delay, they said, for the next 2 days. So, okay, let's get a move on. All right. Wonder who that is. Kiddos being the most today. Should be an obnoxious pants. I don't know who all these people are. Right, Henny? Oh, she's not actually hollering at me this time. This time she was hollering no. I think she's in there arguing with her dad. Cameraman's just bored. Well, hold on. It must be the grandma. Right, I know, Michelle. Thank goodness they're not filming the jury. The jurors. She's a pretty girl. All right. Here we go.
Good morning, all. We continue in the jury trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. All parties are present, including the defendant. Are there matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing for the state, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Very well. Bailiff, bring in the jury.
Well, at least on this day, the angry fella, he has at least his tie and suit go together.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and welcome back.
Right,
I'm glad
Henny?
to see your smiling faces, at least some smiling faces. I hope you rested well and you are ready to continue. Today is Friday, and so that's a happy thing. We are still on the state's case in chief, and we will get started right away.
You guys
Mr.
are
Truman,
cute.
you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Jason Bowen.
Prosecutor on the left there, she's still in solid black. Wednesday Addams for sure, man. The lead prosecutor, he dresses like a
Raise your
college
right hand,
professor.
please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated right there. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's your name, please?
Jason Bowen.
And Mr. Bowen, tell us what you do for a living.
I'm a general contractor, do all aspects of construction.
And where are you currently working?
I have a company called Dreamcatchers Construction.
And do you operate locally here in Raleigh County?
No, I travel.
And currently, what projects are you working on, or just generally, where are you working?
I'm up north, working on a church currently.
Okay. Let me take you back to 2019. Where were you then? Where were you working then?
In 2019, we was working for Mr. and Mrs. Cochran, doing various projects.
Was that your same company?
Mm-hmm.
And did you work full-time for the Cochrans, or did you take other work as well?
No, we worked fully for Mr. and Mrs. Cochran.
Okay. Your Honor, due to poor planning, I forgot to turn on the equipment, if that's okay.
All right, we'll get you some assistance.
Okay. Did you work solely by yourself with the Cochrans, or did you have other people working with you?
No, it was me and my business partner, Jonathan Miller.
And Mr. Miller died as a result of a vehicle accident, is that correct?
He did.
Do you know approximately when Mr. Miller died?
It was March 30th of 2020.
Did you turn the overhead on? Were you two partners in a company, or did you just work together?
Well, it was, he had his company and I had my company, and we just kind of joined forces to work together.
Okay, but both of you were working essentially full-time for the Cochrans?
Yes.
On February 6th of 2019, do you recall receiving a text from the defendant at about 12:20 or so?
I do.
Where were you when you received the text?
We had just left Lowe's. We had gotten some paint and supplies. We was working on a airplane hangar.
When you say we,
Me and Jonathan.
you and Jonathan Miller? Thank you. Yeah, that doesn't show up very well, does it? Let me just hand this to you.
Okay.
Hand you what's been marked as States 1 and ask you to take a look at the first text.
Mm-hmm. I recall this.
You do. And you received that while you were still at Lowe's with Mr. Miller?
We was actually in the truck leaving Lowe's.
What time did that text come in?
A little bit before 12.
Actually, if it shows right there, it's 12:21. Unfortunately, it's uniform time, so you have to adjust by 5 hours.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got that text, what did it ask you to do?
She was asking to come to the house that Mike had gotten sick and was laying in the kitchen floor.
And she being the defendant?
Natalie, yes.
Okay. What did you do in response to that text?
We told her we was on our way and started to head straight there.
Do you know, and did you do that?
We did.
What time did you get to the Cochran house?
12:30, 12:35, maybe 12:40.
And when you got there, had she instructed you what to do when you got there?
She did. She told us they was in the kitchen. Just come on in.
Did you do that?
We did. We knocked, opened the door, and said hello. And she answered and said, "We're in here."
Had you been in the Cochran house before?
Many times.
So you knew where the kitchen was?
Yes,
Did you go into the kitchen?
we did.
And when you got in the kitchen, what did you see?
Mike was laying on the floor in a curled up position.
Now, you didn't get a picture of Michael, but the defendant sent it to a number of people. Is that what you saw when you got to the kitchen?
It was.
What did she tell you happened to him?
She said he had gotten sick at the sink and just kind of lowered himself down into the floor using a cabinet. And that's where he kind of ended up.
Had he hit his head or anything?
Not that I know of.
Okay. What, was it just the three of you plus Michael at the time? You, the defendant, and Mr. Miller in the house?
Yes.
And what did you do?
She asked us to move him to the couch, so me and Jonathan got him kind of laid back where we could carry him safely, and then we carried him to the couch.
Did you talk to Mr. Cochran?
We was trying to talk to him several times, saying his name, Mike. Can you hear us? There was several times we tried to talk to him, yes.
Did you get a response from Mr. Cochran?
No.
From your assessment of what was going on, did you think just carrying him to the couch was sufficient?
Once we got him to the couch, we felt like he needed checked.
And by that, what do you mean?
He was not responsive. Jonathan actually did a sternum rub on him once we got to the couch, and he kind of responded. He groaned, but he did not. A sternum rub, you're going to come up out of that, and if you're elusive.
Did you ever hear Mr. Cochran on that day, February the 6th, 2019, did he converse at all with anybody in your presence?
No.
Did he arouse at all and seem awake?
No.
How long were you at the Cochran house after you moved, Michael?
Maybe 20 minutes.
Did anybody else appear during that time?
Trooper Hamilton had came probably 5 minutes after we got there. He came through the front door.
Had you already moved Mr. Cochran to the couch from the kitchen by that time?
We had.
If I could have that one back, please. Mr. Bowen, was that the end of your communication with the defendant that day?
No, no, we had texted a few times back and forth trying to find out how he was,
And what were the reports in response to your questions?
that he was sleeping it off, or that no change.
And he never woke up while you were there?
No.
State move states 8 into evidence, please. You?
What is it? Number
States
8?
8.
Are you moving for its admission?
We are.
Any objection, Mr. Victor?
No, Your Honor.
States exhibit number 8 will be admitted into evidence. That concludes the questioning of this witness on behalf of the state.
I did have one more. Did the defendant tell you her understanding of what Michael Cochran's plans were that day?
No, we was not in any kind of plans for that day.
Not after he was sick. I mean, what was his intention before he collapsed?
They had mentioned that they was going to Virginia.
Do you recall being interviewed by Trooper Bledsoe?
I do.
Do you remember telling him that you thought that she said Mike was going to hang out with you and Jonathan at the hangar?
I do.
Okay. So, was he going to hang out at the hangar with you or go to Virginia?
I don't know.
Okay. That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Bowen, is it true that on February the 6th, early in the morning, you received the message from Michael that he wasn't feeling good and he would not be working on a hangar with you?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall. I can't remember.
You and Mr. Miller were actually working on a hangar, right?
We was.
And as you sit here today, you do not remember that message from Mr. Cochran,
I do not.
okay?
If you have a printout of the messages or something, I might be able to remember the conversation, but as we stand here, no,
You don't recall.
I do not.
You spent some time with Mr. Cochran while working on various projects. Would that be a yes?
You would? Yes.
Okay. And do you remember going with Mr. Cochran to Lowe's to purchase some products or something for one of his construction?
Any specific time, he would go with us several times to Lowe's.
Well, let's say about a week prior to February the 6th. Well, let me strike that.
Like I said, there's many times that we've been there.
All right. Do you remember the time when you were in Lowe's and Mr. Cochran was not sure who drove the vehicle to Lowe's?
No, that is not that time.
Okay, what time was that?
You're speaking of a time when we was working on the airplane hangar. We had breakfast that morning.
Okay. What months could that be?
That would have been February.
In February. He was so confused that he didn't even remember driving his own car.
He remembered driving his truck. He just didn't remember where he parked.
He wasn't confused about who drove the truck? No? Okay. He told you on several occasions that he felt sick. How was he sick? What did he tell you?
It was after we got finished working on a house that he had gotten into some black mold. He would just complain about dizziness and stuff.
Did he complain about dizziness and lightheadedness in January of 2019?
I don't recall.
Did he complain about feeling sick in February, at the beginning of February of 2019?
I don't recall February. I would say more in December.
More in December. Well, he told you he had a seizure in, I would imagine, December or January, December of 2018 or January 2019, didn't he?
I don't recall him
You don't
telling me
recall.
about a seizure. No.
Okay? And he told you at the beginning of February, didn't he, that he felt another one coming? Didn't he?
No.
Now you're denying that? Okay. What did he complain of, sir, when he was telling you that he didn't feel good?
He would complain about just not feeling right, just feeling dizzy.
Not feeling right, how?
Felt like he said he felt like he'd been poisoned.
He felt like he was poisoned. All right. Did you witness Mr. Cochran's illness in November of 2018?
I was with him in the hospital.
Okay. He lost consciousness, right?
He never lost consciousness. I think they sedated him while he was in the hospital.
He felt lightheaded. Right? He had a seizure, perhaps?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't really know the exact problems that Mr. Cochran had that landed him in a hospital in November of 2018, do you?
No.
And he complained to you about the same symptoms in December and January, or December 2018 and January 2019, that he had when he went to the hospital in October or November of 2018, didn't he?
I wouldn't say it was the same symptoms, no.
No? Yeah. You went to the Cochran's home on numerous occasions, you testified.
I did.
The bedroom in the Cochran's home was upstairs, correct?
All the bedrooms was.
Okay. And the kitchen was downstairs. And it was not directly, well, and the steps leading to, well, from upstairs to downstairs were not exactly leading straight to the kitchen. The kitchen was still some rooms away from the stairs, right?
Correct.
So if somebody well, let me strike that. Michael was a pretty big guy, wasn't he? How much did he weigh, to your estimation?
Probably 200 pounds.
200 pounds. And so if he was injected with some poison in bed upstairs, a singular person such as Natalie Cochran would have to drag him downstairs all the way to the stairs, then downstairs, and then through the whole house into the kitchen, right? Would you consider that possible?
Assuming that's what happened.
Assuming that's what happened. There was nobody else in the house when you arrived, correct?
Correct.
With Mr. Miller, right?
Just me and Mr. Miller, yes.
Right. And so the only person who would have injected him in the bed and upstairs and who would drag him downstairs would have been Natalie Cochran, right?
Brian, this is pretty speculative.
Yeah, I think it is. Is that an objection,
Okay.
Mr. Truman?
It is, I'm sorry.
I think I'll sustain the objection. And Mr. Bowen, if you could say yes or no, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
I'm having a little difficulty understanding your responses.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No problem.
Mr.
Go
Bowen,
ahead.
when you were, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Mr. Bowen, when you were in the Cochran's house on February the 6th,
Yes.
did you observe my client, Natalie Cochran, checking Mr. Cochran's blood sugar?
I did.
She did that, didn't she? All right. You knew Mr. Cochran as a, well, let's say bodybuilder, an athlete, right?
He was definitely an athlete, yes.
Yes. He really cared about his
His
physique,
physique.
his health, his body.
Yes.
But he cared about his health in terms of his outward appearance, right?
He liked he liked feeling healthy.
He was what? I'm
He
sorry.
liked feeling healthy.
Feeling healthy. And would you say that he was very happy when he was physically fit?
I would.
So in pursuit of that fitness, sir, would you agree with me that he was taking a lot of pills that were going to increase his appearance, right?
I don't know about
Hey,
that.
Donnie.
I know he took supplements.
I
There's
think that's
these
cute.
kinds of supplements.
All kinds of supplements, right?
Yes.
To increase his vitality, to increase his physicality.
Yes.
Well, how many of the, well, do you know what those supplements were?
I do not.
Well, how many of them did he take?
I don't know.
Well, you were in their home frequently. Did you witness Mr. Cochran taking as many as 30 and 35 pills at a time?
I did not.
You did not? What did you witness?
Exactly, Henny.
I never witnessed him taking any supplements.
Okay. So how do you know that he was taking supplements? He told you?
He told me.
All right. did you also know that he was injecting medicine into his body?
I did not.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that?
No.
Right? What did Michael Cochran do for a living?
He he ran data cable, AV cable. It was his profession.
Okay. Well, did he have two businesses that he ran? TSM, TSG, whatever.
Yes, TSM. He ran with Natalie.
Did he ever talk to you about the government contracts?
Mm-hmm. He
What did he
did.
say? What did he say he did for those government contracts?
He said he would research the government contracts online and send them to Natalie, and she would work on it and put a bid in.
He would research them, right?
He would find the contract, the specific listings for what they was doing.
Okay. Did you know that he suffered from brain swelling?
I was told yes,
Who told you that?
Natalie.
Did you, were you curious after he came out of the hospital in November of 2019 what they told him about his health?
Yeah, I was curious. We was told that it was exposure to black mold.
It was just the exposure to black mold. Nobody mentioned anything about seizures. Nobody mentioned anything about enlarged heart. Nobody mentioned anything about brain swelling.
No.
Nobody. Okay. And who would that be? The doctors?
Natalie's who we got all of our information from.
Natalie. And did you inquire of Mr. Cochran himself? Buddy, what's wrong with you? What was wrong with you? What did the doctors say? Did you ever inquire?
We would ask him how he's feeling today or something like that, but he never told us any kind of diagnosis or anything like that. We never really talked about it. Once we was in the hospitals, when we got the information, we would just see how he's feeling day to day.
Well, he went to the hospital on October 31st and came out of the hospital, right?
Yes.
And he knew you, you guys worked together, you were almost buddies, right?
We was buddies, yes.
We was buddies, all right. Didn't you ask him, well, hey Bud, what did they say was wrong with you?
No.
No? But then he was in the hospital 2 days later with all these horrible symptoms and stayed in the hospital this time for 5 days. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. For 5 days. And you were there with him.
I was.
And then he comes out of the hospital and you do not bother to ask him, buddy, what did the doctor say? What was it?
It was always black mold exposure.
If I may have a second.
Certainly.
That's all I have of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Redirect Mr. Truman.
State has one redirect question. In response to defense counsel's question, you said that the defendant took the vital signs of Mr. Cochran?
That's correct.
That's mischaracterized my question.
I think it is, perhaps, but you could ask the question straight out, Mr. Truman.
Okay. While you were there, did the defendant take vital signs of Mr. Cochran?
She did.
Now, did you participate in any of that?
I did not.
Did you actually see the raw data?
I did not.
Did she tell you what the results of her taking those vital signs were?
She would say what it was, but I don't remember those numbers.
That's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Victor?
Were you there when the physician assistant arrived?
No, I was told to leave while she was on her way.
Okay. So you don't know whether any other person took any vital signs or temperature, vital signs, sugar level of Mr. Cochran?
No, Natalie's the only one I've seen.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
We know that the defendant had a working phone because she was able to text you, and you text back, correct?
Correct.
In your presence, did she ever call 911?
No.
To object this outside of the scope of my.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did she?
No.
Were you and Jonathan Miller capable of loading Mr. Cochran into a car and taking him to the hospital?
Very much so, yes.
Did she ever suggest you do that?
No, we actually asked her if she wanted us to.
What was her response?
No.
That's all the state has.
Well then, in that regard, did you know from talking to Michael, or anybody else for that matter, that Mr. Cochran refused to go to the hospital? And for that matter, that he would say that he will never again go to the hospital after his October and November 2018 experience.
He said he would never go back to Raleigh General Hospital.
Okay. He didn't like the hospitals, did he?
Who does?
Who does? So just
I
because
mean, fair question.
he was there
Who does?
at home doesn't necessarily mean that he wanted to be taken to the hospital immediately, does it? Especially that he didn't like going back to the hospital. Fair enough?
I don't know. I wasn't able to ask him.
Right. Okay, that's all.
Anything further?
Not from the state, Your Honor, thank you.
Any reason to hold this witness over?
Not from the state's perspective, no, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowen. You may step down. You are excused, sir. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
State calls J.C. Stevens.
Your Honor, may we take just a moment before Mr. Truman questions Mr. Stevens? I need to confer with my colleague for just a little bit.
Okay. Are you asking for a break, or can you do it while we're all here?
Just a couple minutes.
Okay.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, and Henny, I was sorry. I was looking back through some of the comments. The attorney's last name is Victor, Victor.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat.
All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tell us your name, please.
My name is Joseph Stevens, and my last name is spelled Stephen's.
And are you employed?
Yes, I currently work at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, FBI being the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And do you have a job title?
I do. I'm a chemist, forensic examiner at the lab there in the chemistry unit.
And what's your primary duties as a chemist for the FBI?
My primary duties are to receive evidence from contributors. Those contributors can be state, local, or federal partners. We receive that evidence through our evidence management unit, and that's passed up to the individual units such as myself.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt, but could Mr. Stevens slow down just a little bit? I'm having a little trouble following his testimony.
All right. Perhaps you can scoot up a little bit towards the microphone and slow down just a little bit, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Truman.
Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
So we receive evidence from our evidence management unit. It comes up to our chemistry unit where it's assigned to an examiner, such as myself. I then intake that evidence, check it in,
determine what kind of evidence I have, what kind of analyses I need to do. And then I process that evidence and I issue a report. This will be a forensic report or a laboratory report. And then as needed, I testify to those observations and findings that I
No
made.
problem, Henny. Not at all,
How long
ma'am.
have you worked for the FBI?
I started working at the FBI in April of 2016, so I've been there for a little more than 8 years.
And you started
Not
as a
a
forensic
problem.
chemist, and that's what you do now?
That is correct.
And what kind of experience did you have before you went to work for the FBI as a forensic chemist?
Before the FBI, I worked at the United States Secret Service in Washington, D.C. They have a forensic document laboratory. There I performed instrumental analysis on inks, papers, and toners. And I did that for about 10 years. I started there in December of 2005 through April of 2016.
Would you please share with us your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Roanoke College in Virginia. After that, I attended Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. I did not earn a degree from that, but I transferred to the George Washington University, where I earned a Master of Science in Forensic Science in 2007.
Did you receive any specialized training in forensic chemistry?
Yes, so as part of my training at the United States Secret Service, I completed a 2-year training program there. And upon my arrival at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I completed another 2-year training program there as well.
In this particular case, do you have any specialized training that would qualify you to determine an analysis that would result in a finding of insulin?
Yes, so as part of our 2-year training program at the FBI, I conducted practicals, which I work with insulin, putting it on my instrumentation and analyzing it. And then I'm eventually given what's known as a competency test to ensure that I know how to perform the analysis. And I successfully completed that competency test. And then there's also other components of that training, such as oral boards, where a panel of my peers evaluate my knowledge on topics.
Your Honor, at this point, the state, subject to defense inquiry, moves that the witness be treated under 702 as an expert.
If you wish to engage in voir dire, Mr. Selden,
No, Your Honor.
is there any objection to the state's request?
No, Your Honor.
This witness will be regarded as an expert in his described field.
Could you have this marked as states 9 and 10, please?
Thank you.
Well, let's start with 9. Just glue it on there anyway. Thanks. That is a box and a lid. Approach the witness. Sir.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Stevens, I hand you what's been marked at this point is for identification as states 9, and feel free to open the envelope and review it. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Before we get to that point, how is it that States 9 came into your possession?
This case came in through our Pittsburgh field office, which is the field office responsible for this area. So it came in as a case submission through Pittsburgh.
And what were you asked to examine, not only this, but the rest of the documents, the items we're going to review with you? What were you asked to examine them for?
I was submitted 4 items. One of them was a box, and 3 of them were vials containing unknown substances or unknown liquids. I was asked to analyze the unknown liquids within those vials.
And there's another item in that package, correct?
Yes, there is.
You got pen, sticker pen. I'll just put it on you've got package. All right, I'll bring it back to you. If you could put, probably the easiest way to do it, how do you want to handle the bottle? You can put it right on it. Okay. Yeah, that's anywhere. Bottom's on, that's good. Any what's been marked for identification as states 10. Identify that, sir.
The item states exhibit number 10 is a vial of methylprednisolone acetate that I received in the lab.
Let's go ahead and get all the exhibits in front of you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that answer in that we have not established what was in the vial. The only thing that can be testified to at this junction is that it is a vial with a label marked methylprednisolone acetate.
Seriously? That's your objection?
I think that's where we are in the process, and hopefully we'll find out more. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Have this marked as 11, please.
Number 11, Your Honor.
Very well.
Done. Approach the witness, please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Any what's been marked for identification as states 11. Ask you to identify that.
If you happen to have a pair of scissors, this is still
Oh,
sealed.
this is the one with scissors. Okay. Don't run with those.
Thank you.
Can you identify that, sir?
This is a vial of dried material now that was labeled in the lab as item 2-1, but it states exhibit number 11 that I generated as a result of my analysis.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand any of that. What was that vial?
Thought you didn't want him to answer that.
I don't think we've gotten to that point yet. I'm going to
His
overrule the
identification,
objection.
I couldn't understand what he was classifying that as. I'm just asking him to repeat it a little slower if possible.
So this item was the liquid contents removed by me from state's exhibit number 10.
If I could have this marked as states 12, please.
Very well.
Of course I will. Maybe. Yeah, approach the witness, please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any what's been marked for identification as states 12. Ask you to take a look at that.
This is a bottle of that's labeled as enclomiphene citrate that I received in the lab.
Put it back in the bag if you want to. Which one do you want, 13? Your Honor, if I could have State's Exhibit 13 marked here, please.
Okay.
This is number 13, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Handy, what's been marked for identification is States 13, and ask you to take a look at that, please. You recognize that?
Yes, this is the liquid that I removed from State's Exhibit 12.
Okay. Oops. I can have this 14, please.
It's number 14, Your Honor.
Very well.
Once again, if I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
And what's been marked for identification is states 14. What's a little sticker?
I know, Michelle, right? They're just willy-nilly, just... Everybody in the courtroom's touching all of it. And he's like, oh, here's the bag. Put it back in this bag. Well, he done manhandled the crap out of it.
And you have, I believe, with you number 15. Right, but he's also got 15. We need a separate.
15 needs to be marked, is that right, Mr. Truman?
It does, Your Honor.
This is 15, Your Honor.
Very well.
And Your Honor, I'll hand this to the witness if that's acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. And what's been marked for identification is states 15. Recognize that.
Yes, that's the liquid contents I removed from State's Exhibit 14.
Lord,
Explain
Lord,
to us
Lord.
the procedure that when you received this, what did you do with these items?
The first thing I did is administrative, it's we call it check-in, where I analyzed, where I visually inspect these and see what kind of things I received. So the first thing I noticed was the box, which is State's Exhibit 9. The next thing was the first vial that I came across, State's Exhibit 10. And the contents of that, which have been labeled as State's Exhibit 11. I got another vial, State's Exhibit 12. The contents of that vial, State's Exhibit 13. And a third vial, and its liquid contents. So I had 3 vials, and then of those 3 liquids that were generated. And I just took inventory of what I had, what the bottles were labeled as, what markings they might have had on them, what lot information they had. If they had a manufacturer, what was that manufacturer? So that visual examination was first.
I think I failed to ask you to identify 14.
State's Exhibit 14 is a vial that's labeled as Humalog Insulin List Pro. 10 milliliters, 100 units per milliliter.
In summary fashion, tell us what you did to perform your analysis.
So each of these items goes through a standard operating procedure or a technical procedure where we analyze them. We use scientific instruments to analyze them. We compare them to references where practical, and then we determine the results of those analyses.
Take a look at 10, please. What was your analysis of that?
So for State's Exhibit 10, I determined that State's Exhibit 10, the vial labeled methylprednisolone acetate, and the liquid that came out of it, State's Exhibit 11, is the one I actually tested.
Explain that to us, please.
So State's Exhibit 10 is the physical vial. State's Exhibit 11 was the liquid recovered from that vial, the liquid that came out of this vial. So my analysis was on the liquid.
Okay. Now, the States 11, that was lab material. You have a inventory of bottles that you use for your analysis. Is that what that is?
We have libraries and reference materials that we use, yes.
Okay, but the actual container itself, I mean, did that come with the information that came to you, or was that just some kind of testing process that you used?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, as I understood what your testimony was, you analyzed the contents of number 10 by putting it into 11.
I didn't analyze the contents of 10, the vial. I transferred those contents to State's Exhibit 11.
That's okay.
And then I analyzed State's Exhibit 11.
We're on the same page now, I think. Go ahead and explain what you did.
So visual examination on 10, what were the labels and markings on the bottle? Then chemical analysis on the liquid that was within this bottle.
And again, in summary fashion, what did you do to analyze States 11?
State's Exhibit 11 was subjected to 3 different other kinds of testing. They're all scientific instrumentation. One of them is known as Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. The next one, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. And the final one, we call DART TOF MS, which stands for direct analysis.
Well,
of
still, I
real-time
mean, at least they're
time
in,
flight
I mean, at least they're in evidence baggies and not ShopRite bags or red Solo cups. Just saying.
spectrometry. All of these are very expensive, complicated instruments. Their primary goal is to determine the chemical composition of the materials within a liquid or a solid.
What's the number of that one? What's the number of that one? Oh. Okay. Go ahead and talk about 12,
Yes.
please. What was number 12?
12 was a vial labeled enclomiphene citrate, 30 milliliters, and on that vial it says for research purposes only, not for human consumption. That was the vial. This vial generated States Exhibit 13, which is the liquid that came out of that vial.
And so you actually performed your examination on States 13, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And tell us again in summary fashion, what did you do with States 13?
States Exhibit 13 was subjected to the same analytical scheme as States Exhibit 11. Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, or FTIR, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, GCMS, and DART TOF MS, direct analysis in real time, time flight, mass spectrometry.
And this one's 14? And 14, what did you do with States 14 when you received it?
So visually examined it, determined that it was labeled insulin, Lispro, and Humalog, and then separated the contents into a new vial, States Exhibit 15, the liquid, and analyzed the liquid.
And that's the analysis you conducted on States 15?
That is correct.
Was your analysis such that you could conclude what was contained in those bottles that you received?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you reach?
For the vial that was labeled methylprednisolone acetate and the liquid that was tested, States Exhibit 11, is my determination that that States Exhibit 11 was consistent with containing methylprednisolone acetate. In other words, the chemical that is on the vial, it was consistent with containing the chemical labeled on the vial.
And I forgot the number, but the next one you analyzed.
States Exhibit 12, the bottle labeled enclomiphene citrate, was my conclusion that the liquid that came out of that, States Exhibit 13, was consistent with containing glycerol and letrozole. I'll remind you that the bottle is labeled enclomiphene citrate, so it was not what was labeled on the bottle.
The stuff according to the label was not the stuff you found.
That is correct.
And last, the next exhibit.
This was States Exhibit 14, the vial labeled Humalog insulin Lispro. Is my conclusion that it is consistent with containing human insulin or Humalog.
From the information provided, you took a number of photographs of the items that you've been reviewing with the jury today, correct?
Yes.
Could I have that smart, please?
Number 16 on it.
Okay.
Oops, excuse me. Ran out of arm.
Evidence. Red Solo cup.
Steve, on States Exhibit 16 for identification. You took that photograph?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at? Oh, thank you.
These are photographs that I took of the States Exhibit 9 as received in the laboratory.
And that's a box?
That is correct.
And what's that?
That is another picture of States Exhibit 9.
You also took that photograph?
I did.
And what is that depicting?
This is States Exhibit 10 as received, which at the time contained States Exhibit 11, the liquid.
The next photograph you took, what's the significance of the plastic cover?
This plastic cover is used as a tamper-evident control so that when the septum that would be expected to be underneath there, and in this case there's a septum, a rubber material that's in the center, couldn't be inadvertently punctured.
Had there been any tampering of the exhibit by the time that you received it?
When I visually inspected it and tried to remove that, the force that I was using, which I described as a moderate force, was insufficient to remove that, implying to me that it was probably intact.
And the next photograph.
These are pictures that I took of States Exhibit 12 with the liquid being inside States Exhibit 13.
And the next one.
These are pictures I took of States Exhibit 14 with the liquid being inside States Exhibit 15.
The last photograph.
These are close-ups of States Exhibit 14, the vial.
At the conclusion of your study of all of these exhibits, did you write a report of your findings?
I did.
If I could have this last exhibit, Mark, please.
States exhibit number 17, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll give you that one. I'll show you that. Thank you. And what's been marked for dedication as State 17? You recognize that?
I do. This is the report I issued dated July 20th, 2021.
And could you share with us your conclusions that you embodied in that report, please?
So the conclusions that are embodied in this report are that States Exhibit 11, the liquid from the methylprednisolone labeled bottle, were consistent with containing methylprednisolone acetate, which is the chemical that was labeled on the bottle, States Exhibit 10. States Exhibit 12, the liquid that came out of there, States Exhibit 13, is consistent with containing letrozole and glycerol. Those are not the chemicals labeled on the bottle. The bottle is labeled as enclomiphene citrate. And States Exhibit 14, the bottle labeled Humalog Insulin Lispro, and the contents, States Exhibit 15. States Exhibit 15, the liquid, is consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog.
Stevens, what was your report that you have in front of you and you've just reviewed with us, was that the only report you wrote in this case?
It was.
Has anything been brought to your attention since you conducted your study and wrote your report that would cause you to change your mind?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves 9 through 17 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibits 9 through 17 are admitted into evidence.
Stevens, focusing on the insulin, is there a way to determine the difference between insulin and insulin, I'm not sure how, Lispro, is that how it's pronounced?
There is human insulin, which is generated in the human body, and then there's there's human insulin, and there's insulin Lispro. Lispro is what we call an isomer, the same chemical formula manufactured in a lab with a subtle difference, a change in order of the blocks that build it. So there is differences in the chemical structure, but our techniques will not tell them apart. So that's why the report says it's consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog. Humalog is the brand name for for insulin Lispro.
What's the intention or what's the use of insulin that you found in your lab?
Insulin is used to regulate blood sugar.
Have just a moment, please.
Yes, you may.
You didn't make any opinion or suggest any conclusion as to the contents in terms of volume of any of those bottles, did you?
I did not.
Why not?
Our technical procedures don't have that as part of our routine analysis, and reporting measurements of significance, such as the volume of a vial, is not something our lab does.
That's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Let's take our mid-morning break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for about 10 minutes. Enjoy the delicious donuts that we have placed in your jury room. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else.
Ooh,
You may
delicious
go with the bailiff to your jury room now.
donuts. Delicious donuts. I forgot he said that they would be supplying them with coffee and donuts every day. Daggone. Wonder what they're saying to each other there.
Any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury at this time, Mr. Truman? Anything, Mr. Selden? Very well. Bring in the jury, please.
Whee! Yeah.
We continue with cross-examination of the witness, please. Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, my name is Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defense for Natalie Cochran. Good morning. I would like to ask you, you have testified in other trials before, have you not?
I have.
And in all of those trials, you testified for the prosecution or the state, isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And in this case, you were asked by the prosecution and the state to testify more or less on their behalf as to the substances submitted for your analysis, isn't that correct?
I was asked to testify to the report I had previously issued. So yes, that happened before the state in this case.
Right. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your education and training, not so much to qualify you as an expert, which has already been done, but just general knowledge, okay? In the course of your education, did you have any courses in toxicology?
Yes, I did. I had one course in graduate school.
And toxicology is the study of toxins or poisons in the body. Would that be a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have courses in biochemistry and organic chemistry?
Yes, in undergrad, I had courses in both.
And would you tell briefly what biochemistry is?
Biochemistry, as I learned it in undergrad, is the interaction of human biology with chemistry. So materials that go into and out of your body.
Right. So you have some knowledge of how chemicals introduced in the body react in the body. Would that be a fair statement?
No, that's actually outside the scope of my expertise at the FBI.
But you have some knowledge through research, especially in the case of Humalog, correct?
As part of the training, yes, I have some foundational understanding of what insulin is, but not how it interacts with the body.
Okay. were you aware or were you informed that the substances provided to you for analysis, especially the Humalog and the methylprednisolone, were recovered from the home of Natalie Cochran, which was 433 4H Lake Road?
Yes, that probably would have been on the incoming description of evidence provided.
Okay. And were you aware or were you told that those items were recovered pursuant to a search of 433 4H Lake Road by police officers and other investigating officers?
I don't recall, no, I don't recall being told that. I mean, obviously they were obtained and I was provided information where they were obtained, but not how they were obtained.
But they were obtained by the state and then subsequently provided to you, correct?
I assume so, yes.
I submit to you that Michael Cochran died around February 11th of 2019. These substances were not provided to you until June of 2021. Isn't that correct?
They were recovered in the field office sooner than that, but they arrived in my unit in, I believe it was May of 2021.
Okay.
And I started the analysis in June of 2021.
So over 2 years subsequent to the death of Michael Cochran. Wouldn't that be a fair statement? If he passed away in February of 2019.
Correct.
I submit to you that these substances were collected approximately 4 months to 5 months after the death of Michael Cochran in February of 2019. Do you know what was done with these, where they were, how they were stored prior to you receiving them approximately 2 years later?
No, I do not.
Now, I would like to discuss states 10 and 11. And 10 was a vial marked methylprednisolone acetate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your report states, and it's also confirmed, that that particular item was found in a cabinet in the corner of the home of the Cochrans.
He's already indicated he doesn't know any of this stuff.
I think that's correct. The court will sustain the objection.
But this was recovered at 433 4H Lake Road.
Sustain, please, Mr. Selden.
Okay. Methylprednisolone acetate is a synthetic corticosteroid, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
A form of steroids in general, right?
The use that I researched and came across was an anti-inflammatory,
Right.
not a corticosteroid, an anabolic steroid for growing muscle tissue.
And that leads me to my next question, which is methylprednisolone acetate suppresses inflammation, right?
Correct.
Now, I submit to you that if Natalie Cochran had inflammation of the lungs, would it be a proper use of methylprednisolone acetate to aid in suppressing that inflammation of the lungs?
That is a question that would be answered by a doctor. That's outside of my area of expertise.
Well, methylprednisolone acetate suppresses inflammation, right?
Objection. The witness has indicated it's beyond his area of expertise. It's beyond his area of expertise.
I think that says it all. The court is constrained to sustain the objection.
Okay.
Yeah, right, Donnie. Great answer. Great answer.
Can steroids
And I was literally
increase?
thinking it. I'm like, this dude is a chemist. He's not a doctor. I mean, I'm sure he knows the answer, but he's not qualified to answer that question. You know what I mean? Henny says this lawyer could be a brother of the actor who played Finn's partner in Law and Order SVU. I don't know who that is, but I know that everybody was saying the other day that this guy reminds them of Ben Stein, the dude that says Bueller, Bueller, Bueller.
Increase blood sugar.
Again, that's not an area I'm an expert in. The interaction of steroids with the human body would be an endocrinologist or potentially a toxicologist or an MD, a doctor.
Okay. Do you know if an overdose of methylprednisolone acetate is life-threatening or not?
I do not know.
Okay.
So, Billy, I will say that today has been boring for me personally. You know, but you have to remember, we're coming off of Daryl Brooks, which was anything but, right? So, yeah. We have Timu Gru, Ben Stein. Is there anyone else? Yeah. The lead defense is Chris Farley from Matt Foley from SNL. The man who lived in a van down by the river. Yeah. Also, the chick at the prosecution table is Wednesday Addams. And we have also confirmed and verified, according to us, that the judge, did I say Sunday? Henny, Wednesday. Did I say Sunday? Because I keep calling her Sunday Addams. This guy looks like Mr. Bean. Oh my God, I love Mr. Bean. But Judge Wapner, yeah. The judge kind of looks like Judge Wapner. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little. Yeah, Wednesday Addams. And I keep calling her Sunday Addams all the time. Like, I don't know why I keep doing that. Okay,
I'd like to
good.
move on to states 12 and 13. That was identified
Good.
as a vial marked enclophamine citrate.
Oh,
Is that
he
correct?
just split his
Yes, that's
brains out on the microphone. Did you see that? He just whacked his head on the microphone. Oh, la 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 la. Watch. Bam.
Citrate.
Watch.
Is that 12 and 13.
Here.
That was identified
Right here.
as a vial marked enclophamine citrate.
Yes, that's correct.
time.
citrate. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
One more time.
Enclophamine citrate. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right whenever Billy says, "Is it boring?" the dude knocks his brains out on the microphone. Don't. Oh my God.
Yes, that is correct.
And that particular substance, according to your report, came from 211 Old Grandview Road, which was not the Cochran residence. Isn't it correct as to where it was recovered from?
Your Honor, may I refer to the report? States Exhibit
Certainly.
17? So that is not listed in the report. Excuse me, yes, it is. States Exhibit 12 was recovered in 211 Old Grandview.
Thank you. Which, of course, is not the same as 433 4H Lake.
She's like, great. My one lawyer is, you know, this little angry dude. And then my other lawyer that dresses sharp with fun colors likes to, you know, bang his head on the microphone. Donk. Donk. Again, at least they don't have evidence in a red Solo cup. He is forever named Donk. Oh, God. Can you make that into something to play? Like the sprinkle dude? I probably can. I probably can. I'll need to do that. Yeah. Donk. Oh my God.
Road, right?
Correct.
Donk.
Now, your extensive analysis showed that it didn't contain enclophamine citrate. It contained glycerol and letrozole, correct?
Correct.
So it was mismarked, misidentified, right?
The label on States Exhibit 12 did not match the contents of the label in States Exhibit 13. That's correct.
Right.
Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Mm-mm.
If I submit to you that
Ooh, there's a verdict in the Jason Chin trial. There's a verdict in the Jason Chin trial. Sorry. Get right on that. I expect to see it in the morning. Yeah, good luck with that. I don't know.
withdraw that, I'm not going to ask that question.
Oh my goodness.
I'd like to move on to states 14 and 15.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. You better not have the flu.
That was
No flu,
marked
ma'am. No.
As Humalog Insulin
Nope,
Liz
nope, nope.
Pro. Is that
No, we can't have none of that. No. Feel better, okay? Go get you some rest, get you some soup. Get warm, cozy, rest. Tylenol, Dayquil, NyQuil, whatever you need. Y'all have a good night. Don't donk yourself out. We could have been done with that one. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, they have verdict, said the verdict would be read in Kathy Russin said 3 minutes ago on Twitter, jurors reached a verdict in less than 45 minutes. Whoa. In Tennessee v. Jason Chin. Less than 45 minutes. Less than 45 minutes. Sheesh. Yeah, they already had their minds made up. They're like, Oh, Michelle, she touched the like button without gloves, so she got dog mom's flu or whatever dog mom had. Well, feel better, honey. I hope to see you back tomorrow feeling much better. Okay? All right, let's go. We'll be done with this shortly.
Correct?
Yes, State's Exhibit, the vial, State's Exhibit 14 was marked that.
And you testified that you have specialized knowledge, research, etc., into Humalog insulin and its effects and your research. Is that correct?
I believe I testified that I have the expertise to analyze those and determine whether or not something contains that or is consistent with containing those materials, not their effects on the human body.
Insulin, in general, well, there are different classifications of insulin. There's insulin produced by the pancreas of the body, which is produced internally by the body, correct?
Correct.
I don't know. I
Then you
haven't
have
seen her today,
insulin,
Michelle.
which is manufactured. You have
I haven't seen her. I do know that on Friday she did pop in and say that she did not have pneumonia. I think she said it was just a really bad case of bronchitis. But I haven't seen her today. I hope she's feeling okay.
Humalog, Lispro, and you have a couple of other brands of insulin.
All right, honey.
Isn't
We'll
that
see you
correct?
tomorrow.
Yes, that is correct.
You have essentially two different kinds of synthetic insulin. You have fast-acting insulin, which Humalog Lispro is a member of, and you have the slower, longer-acting types of insulin, correct?
Correct.
Humalog Lispro insulin is termed fast-acting because its effects take approximately 15 minutes to work, correct?
My research said 15 to 30 minutes, but yes, it's fast acting in that it is ready, available insulin. Yes.
And its workings or effect is to essentially reduce blood sugar, right?
The marketed purpose of insulin is to regulate blood sugar. Its effects in the body on any given injection would be something best answered by an endocrinologist or a doctor.
But you said you have specialized knowledge of insulin, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, insulin, from your understanding of it, doesn't just wham, it takes effect and that's it. Humalog Lispro insulin works over 3 to 4 hours. Isn't that right?
Again, that's a question best answered by an endocrinologist or doctor. My expertise is in the analysis of the chemistry of insulin, not its interactions in the human body.
But there were various research articles attached to the reports, which included research into insulin, its effects, etc. Weren't you familiar with those?
Yes, there are references attached to my report that talk generically. I don't believe there were actual studies there, lists, the references to some studies. But those are not studies that I understood as interacting in a human body.
Well, why did you research them then?
Their
Why did you
references,
refer to them, and why did you say you were familiar with them?
if I'm understanding correctly, there's two sources of information that came out of the references that I provided. One was drugs.com, which is a site that we use for generic uses of drugs. And the other one was the Merck Index. And the Merck Index was provided for some of these to show generically what these are used for. And those references may be included in those studies in this pronouns.
And the Merck Index and those studies tell you how they work in the body, right? How their chemicals work, right?
The references that are included may provide that information, but those are not studies they're within my scope of expertise.
Permission to mark this exhibit for identification purposes?
All right, if you'll hand it to the clerk, please.
This will be Defendant's Exhibit number 9.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Permission to question the witness from here,
You
Your
may
Honor?
proceed.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Stevens, would you look at those collection of photographs?
Sure.
How many photographs are there?
There are 4 photographs of what appear to be a vial in different positions.
Okay. I'm going to go through them one by one, if that's all right. The top one, would it be a fair representation to say this is a photograph of Humalog Insulin Lispro vial? It's marked U100. At the bottom it says Lilly, and it has a fairly clear liquid that appears to be full to the top. Would that be correct?
This is a picture of a Humalog insulin bottle, Insulin Lispro, marked Lilly. It's hard to tell from the image. That's the collar of the vial, so it does look like there's a liquid there, but it could be a bubble as well. This material's in a bubble. So without having seen this, I don't know. I didn't take this picture.
Well, I would submit to you that this photograph was taken by Lieutenant Bledsoe and another officer at the location of 433 4H Lake Road, and it was placed on a counter and photographed. Okay? Does this look like the same vial that was submitted to you for analysis?
The front of this has the same markings. I would want to check with State's Exhibit 14 to make sure they have the same serials. And it's not possible to tell different lots. If they're the same lot of vials, it wouldn't be possible to determine if this vial and this vial were actually the same.
Okay.
From pictures alone.
The second photograph is a side view of what appears to be the same vial. Isn't that correct?
Yes, this is a picture of another vial, or the same vial, if that's what you're telling me.
And again, as far as what it shows, is it appears to be filled to the top, or, as you said, possibly a bubble, correct?
From the picture alone, I can't determine where the liquid is. There's a label that covers the vast majority of the bottle, and then at the very top, around where the collar of the vial is, there's a circle, and that could be liquid or it could be a bubble.
Okay. You know, I'd like to put these on the viewer so the jury can see.
Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Stevens, if you look at this viewer, and I don't know if you can see it or not,
Okay.
this is the first photograph I showed you, which was identified as Humalog Insulin Lispro. Is that right?
Correct.
And as you can see from this photograph, it appears as if the fluid comes all the way up to here on the bottom. Would that not be a fair and accurate representation?
Your Honor, state objects. This is way outside of this witness's expertise. The picture is what the picture is, but it has nothing to do with forensic chemistry.
Your Honor, it does in the sense that we are documenting what he received, what condition it was in, and how it was analyzed.
I'm not sure the witness can answer, but I'll give the defense some latitude. If you can answer, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
So as I previously testified to, it does look like there is some material up there at the top, much like you see now with State's Exhibit 15, there are bubbles. And so from this picture alone, I can't ascertain whether that's liquid or a bubble, or just the color of the vial. So I can't answer the question accurately from this picture alone.
This second photograph is, or appears to be, the same vial from a side view. Would that be fair?
No, I refer to State's Exhibit 14.
Sure.
Check some of the markings.
Well, now from that picture,
Yes, it has the same markings as,
from that picture, it looks like it's about halfway empty. Hold on. Is it just me? Like, it looks like the liquid stops right here. I mean, I see what they're talking about up here. It does look full, but it also, I don't know if this is like a bubble or the backside of the label that's printed around it, you know, that you can see through the glass. But, I mean, I see here what he's talking about. It looks like a bubble or just the glass in general. But this line here kind of makes me think it looks like it's about half empty. I don't know. Cherie said the seal looks broken. Well, I honestly have no clue because I've never had a vial of insulin before, so I don't know what it's supposed to look like, but just from this angle, it looks like it's about half empty. Then again, like that witness is saying, it's hard to confirm one way or the other because, you know, it also looks like it's full if you look at the top of the bottle, you know. So, I don't know.
yes, this has the same markings as State's Exhibit 14.
Right, it has some numbers on the side which are identical to the state's.
Correct.
Would you look at this photograph? Does this appear to be the same vial with the same contents viewed from the other side? And I call attention to these markings on the side, WG4171AMX. Is that the same vial as the state's?
This picture has the same markings as the vial from the State. I don't know if it's the same vial. Same markings.
Appears to be the same.
It has the same markings.
Yep.
He's being very cautious. Can't say that I blame him. He don't want to get hooked into any
I submit
thing,
to
you know?
that, as I said, this vial was recovered and photographed by Lieutenant Bledsoe, who also stated in his report when he submitted these vials for analysis that this particular vial appeared to be full and unopened. Can you comment on that?
This is the first time I've heard that information. So I have no opinion, and it doesn't change my conclusion that item 15 is consistent with containing insulin, human insulin / list prep.
And just for clarification, this last photograph, which was in this batch, again was photographed by Lieutenant Bledsoe as he found it allegedly in Natalie Cochran's refrigerator at 433 4H Lake Road. Does that information give you any other information or impact your analysis?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you. Move for admission, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
None.
Very well. What exhibits again are presented, Madam Clerk?
These 4 photos, number 9.
Collectively marked as number 9, they will be admitted.
Now, I know you're not an endocrinologist, but in order for synthetic insulin to be used, it has to either be injected directly with a hypodermic needle, or it has to be put into a pump worn by an individual for its use in the body. Isn't that correct?
I'm not familiar with the methods of application, if you will, the routes of entry that the drug would, but those sound like things that I've heard in general media. In other words, I don't know how the drug is best administered into the body.
In the reports provided, Humalog Lispro, once the top is punctured, has to be used within 28 days or its potency disappears. As a chemist, isn't that correct?
No, it can't be correct. In our case, we use standards for a period of time. So when we puncture them and we use them, we can still use them up until they no longer meet our quality criteria. From a medical perspective, that may be the case. But from an analytical chemistry, can we detect this? The answer is we can detect after something has been punctured more than 28 days.
You can't determine the potency of the drug as far as a time period. You didn't do any tests for the potency of the drug.
Correct. We do not test for concentration or potency as part of our routine analysis. So no, we did not test the potency of the drug.
But there were reports attached to your report and other reports from the FBI that once the top of Humalog insulin vial is punctured, the contents degrade over a period of time as far as usefulness in the body. Isn't that correct?
When I tested the sample that was submitted, States Exhibit 15, I compared it to fresh insulin obtained from a pharmacy, and they compared favorably. In other words, the ratios that we look at and the retention times that we look at were all consistent, and hence the conclusion. States Exhibit 15 is consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog at the time I analyzed it.
Okay. Now that brings up another point. To analyze the contents of this vial, marked Humalog, give me just a moment. You or someone in your lab went out and got a new bottle of Humalog from Dan's Wellness Pharmacy for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And you did various tests on that bottle and compared it to the bottle that was submitted to you, all kinds of tests, and you found it was consistent with Humalog Lispro insulin, correct?
The report wording is consistent with consistent with human insulin / Humalog. Yes.
Consistent with means it is not identical, but it is of the same family. It appears to be the same type of drug, right?
Consistent with is the predefined highest level of association that we have in that standard operating procedure. So there is no identification of insulin in our lab. It's not a possibility.
Now, synthetic insulin is produced by the companies in batches. What I mean is the sum total of all synthetic insulin isn't produced by the manufacturer at the same time. It's done in batches of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes, insulin would be manufactured in lots or batches, yes.
Now, it has been put forth or alleged that a vial of Humalog Lispro insulin was provided to Natalie Cochran on or about February 6th of 2019. There is no possible way to say that particular vial is the particular vial that was analyzed by you. Isn't that correct?
I want to make sure I understand your question. You're asking, is the item submitted to me the vial that was collected, or are you asking if I can tie the vial that I tested to the one you described?
I'll ask it a little clearer. And I want to make sure I don't misstate anything. There have been some suggestions, implications that a vial of Humalog Lispro insulin might have been used by Natalie Cochran to inject her husband, and that vial may have been provided by the Davises, who had a son with diabetes. You don't have any way of determining if that was true, that vial was the vial you were provided in 21, which was recovered 4 or 5 months after the death of Michael Cochran.
My analysis would not link insulin to any incident. It only tests the contents of the vial. In other words, I don't know that any alleged activities happened out of this vial.
Okay. Why didn't you measure the volume of the vial?
At the time it was submitted, it was not in question, and that's not part of our technical operating procedure. That's not a requirement. That's not something that we were asked to do at the time, and it's not something that we actually have a procedure to do.
Why not? Wouldn't that be the first thing you would want to know to determine if any of the fluid was taken out?
Your Honor, this is beyond the witness's scope. He says this is our procedure. He followed the procedure. The defense hypothetical as to why it is irrelevant.
I think we're getting far afield. The court is going to sustain the objection.
You don't know if any fluid was taken out of this vial or not.
That is correct.
Now it's been set forth that there was a puncture in the top of this vial. Is that correct?
That's outside my scope of expertise. There's a different examiner that examined that.
But you examined the bottle when it came in, did you not?
I did visually examine the bottle, but it's outside my area of expertise to determine if any markings on there are a result of a tool, like a needle or a syringe.
I didn't ask you about markings. I actually asked you about it has like a rubber top. In order to use it, someone has to use a needle to put it in to withdraw the substance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the primary way that a user at home would use insulin.
And if there was a puncture in the top of that rubber seal, did you observe that when you looked at the bottle? I'm not talking about markings, I'm talking about a puncture in the top.
I captured images, States Exhibit 16, that include an image of the top of that, but I do not have an opinion on whether or not that's a puncture.
There were no fingerprints on the bottle, is that correct?
It's outside my area of expertise.
Well, who examines the bottle when it comes in to determine if there are fingerprints or not?
In this case, I believe it went to our latent prints operating unit, which they would be the ones that would issue reports on that.
Okay. Did you review any of those reports or look at any of them?
I do not.
Now, I know it's not your area of expertise, but if the top was punctured, there would be no way to determine when that occurred.
Objection. Sustained.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor, I'd like to look over my notes.
All right.
Oh, thank goodness, Margaret. Thank goodness.
If the contents of the vial submitted to you and were tested and they were the same or consistent with a brand new bottle of Humalog insulin, which you did, you compared it, how could if the bottle were punctured 2 years earlier, how would the contents compare? Would not the contents of the vial you were given be different as far as degrading?
We didn't conduct concentration studies. We didn't conduct potency studies. These are, again, outside the scope of our technical expertise, or technical procedures, sorry.
Last time, Your Honor.
All right.
I believe that concludes my cross-examination, Your Honor.
Very well. Redirect Mr. Truman.
State has no additional questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to hold this gentleman further?
None.
Anything further from Mr. Stevens? Mr. Selden?
I don't believe so. I believe he can be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come up, please. All right, members of the jury, you may be delighted or you may be sad, but we've gone as far as we can go today. Today is Friday, so you'll have a very nice weekend. If you come to court on Tuesday, you'll be surprised because Tuesday is a holiday. It's Martin Luther King Day, and we will be closed. So we have a 3-day weekend. I don't like holidays during a trial because it gives my juries an extra day to get into trouble. And I don't want you all to get into trouble. We've already got too much time and effort invested in this matter to have difficulties. You will hear, if you're not careful, people talking about this case. There's much to do online. As I've explained to you, We have a media source that is streaming this live, and not only do they do that, they rebroadcast it in the evenings. You all see it firsthand. There's no need for you to see a rebroadcast when you get home because you have the best seats in the house. Please do not watch any of the broadcasts or hear any of the commentaries that people offer. You folks are in the catbird's seats. You folks will be asked to decide this case, and I don't want you to be influenced one way or another by someone else's opinion. It is your decision that will count. So guard against reports popping up on TV at news time. Please do not read the newspaper. Please do not try to conduct any research online, and please guard against reading any reports or viewing any video online. I want you to keep an open mind, as I have said. We will start up again on Tuesday morning, promptly at 9 o'clock, and we will have a whole slate of witnesses for you at that time. We've simply had a little bit of scheduling difficulty today, and that is the reason why we are quitting early today. But we will be ready for you folks Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. Again, do not talk among yourselves or with anyone else about this case. Have a wonderful weekend, and put this out of your mind over the weekend, and be with your families and your friends. And admonition, you may the presence of the jury at this time.
That's for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
You have a moment to speak to Mr.
Yes.
Your Honor, we have a slight problem with one of our experts, Dr. Banerjee. We were attempting to have her come in Monday to be present for testimony, Tuesday and Wednesday, when we expect the state's experts to testify so she can advise us, but there are many complications with that. She would like to attend by a video audio hookup or an audio hookup so she can listen to their testimony. We don't want to distract from the state's experts. We were wondering if perhaps she could be hooked up by our equipment, and if her picture wasn't there, at least she could listen to the testimony.
Well, this is what comes to mind. I suppose she could always watch it as it's being broadcast live on court TV. If she has access to that, she could see it like everybody else is watching it. Otherwise, she could listen by telephone. We could call her and arrange our speaker so that she could hear the testimony over the phone.
And that would be preferable, Your Honor, because the purpose is so she can advise us, for example, on cross-examination, et cetera. So a phone hookup or an audio hookup would be preferable.
Okay. Any difficulties with the state with that solution, Mr. Truman?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. What other problems do we need to talk about?
Your Honor, we would just like to renew our motion to exclude the vial of insulin and the motions connected with that, just for the record.
All right. The court will continue to deny all of those motions. I'll preserve the defense exception to the court's previous rulings and the present ruling, and it will be preserved for possible review at an appropriate time. All right. Thank you all. Court is in recess.
All righty, folks. That is it. We are caught up. So, Cherie, me too. Praying that these winds out here, she says in California, that the fires don't get like they did the first time around. Well, I know that Margaret's been saying that they're supposed to get some rain, so hopefully they do. For sure. Sorry, kiddo's been running in and out. We'll plan on starting tomorrow with day 4. I'll have to change my title and say that this is day 2 and 3 on this video. And then tomorrow we'll start with day 4 and pick up. We'll be on the same day, you know, but we'll be behind a little bit. So anyway, that'll be the plan. I think that's it. Hopefully tomorrow will be a more lively day. Although, when that attorney donked his head on the microphone, that was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty funny. All right, you guys. Oh, rain over the weekend. You got a few days then, huh? Henny, it's so good to have you back, ma'am. So good to have you back. We certainly missed you. I'm glad that you're back. We'll see you tomorrow too. All right, I'm going to get out of here. Make sure that you guys give the video a thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe if you're new. Would love to have you join us. Hashtag replay in the comments down below if you're watching this on the replay. And we'll see you back tomorrow. Probably about the same time as it has been last week. A little bit, you know, later. Probably about very similar to as today. Because they're on a 2-hour delay. So, all right. I love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.